of MoneyLab, and it's taking place for the first time in Berlin. Well, does it actually take place in Berlin? We are not entirely sure about it. Of course, I'm seated here at Supermarkt as the single person in front of the camera, but the actual conference is taking place in the digital world. On the one hand, it's really sad because we could not meet each other in person. On the other hand, it's an opportunity to create access for many people all over the world who wanted to join. So it's both. It's good and bad. The theme of this MoneyLab is disaster capitalism. And those of you who have never heard of this term, it's basically, the notion was coined by Naomi Klein in her book, Shock Doctrine. And according to Naomi Klein, disaster capitalism refers to the exploitation of different crises in order to establish controversial policies while citizens are physically and emotionally too distracted to engage and develop adequate responses. So this conference takes disaster capitalism as a starting point to collaboratively explore our current state of being in this world. In a time where the COVID-19 pandemic surges all over the globe, where millions lose their jobs, their homes, and their hope, in a time where the super-rich profit from the combined health and economic crisis and manage to become even wealthier day by day. A moment in time in which big tech companies become the Death Star of the COVID-19 crisis. In the midst of all of this, we'd like to invite you to some collective sense-making on the role and several implications of money. So, if we all think of what money actually is and means to us, it's a tool to make a living, an investment vehicle for some, a speculation object, a status symbol, a reward, a power instrument, or simply a projection. And also here in MoneyLab, we look at it from the angle of a means for artistic production. Over the course of this weekend, we will shine a light on various people and communities that have organized themselves around sustainable finance, inclusive tech, and progressive monetary systems. Together with our conference partners from Trust here in Berlin, we brought together more than 20 speakers from all walks of culture, research, and finance activism. From distributed governance to token creation to organization design and modes of resistance, we are covering a wide territory of themes and approaches. You can engage with us through the chat. It's underneath your live stream player on this website. You can engage with the MoneyLab community on our Discord server or take part in workshops from tomorrow on. And also we have 2 call-in programs tonight. Please check moneylab-berlin.de for all the info. MoneyLab Berlin is funded by Hauptstadt Kulturfonds here in Berlin and the Institute of Network Cultures in Amsterdam. And we want to extend a warm thank you to our funders. Another big thank you goes out to the team of Trust here in Berlin, Arthur and Callum and their team who worked with us on the program and will also switch to their program later on. And we'll hear from them in a couple of hours. Another big thank you also goes to our team here at Supermarkt, who helped to make all of this possible. Joel Zeltimay and David Farin, Eon Hochberg, Michele Milanesi, Henrik Drescher, and Stephanie Boisset. Many thanks to all of you. And I would like to proceed now to the person that I haven't mentioned yet, that actually has made MoneyLab Berlin possible in the first place. So this person is Gerd Lofink. He is founder of the Institute of Network Cultures in Amsterdam. He is initiator of MoneyLab. And I'm very much looking forward to having you here, Gerd. Welcome. Hey.
Yes. Hey.
Hey.
Here we are.
Good
yes.
to see you.
Of course, Berlin is special for me. I lived in Berlin 3 times so far in my life. So it's definitely my second hometown. And yes, it was quite a shock for me. 10 days ago, I think I was corresponding with you, listened to the latest updates from Frau Merkel, and had to realize that nobody was actually going to make it, and not even inside Berlin is going to make it to the space. Yeah. So as you say, it was sad. Hört auf zu heulen, huh? It's schade. But I'll be there very soon, and many of us. And you said it's the first MoneyLab in Berlin, and that was your opening, and this is really a promise. In a way, it is the second MoneyLab in Germany. The first one was in Siegen 2 years ago, precisely 2 years ago, and it's also, of course, I want to mention this a year ago that we had to all of a sudden cancel MoneyLab number 8, which was planned to happen in Ljubljana. I'm not sure, if we have to celebrate this, but MoneyLab is very, very active, and this is already the 4th, online event, a big conference that we are hosting. After Ljubljana, which was turned into a weekly speaker series, we moved in September to Helsinki. And then after that to Australia, to Canberra and Hobart. And this is now already the next one, which is virtually happening. However, we have some really good news, and I haven't even told anyone of the board yet, but we are going to have a first real hybrid event, and quite soon. Some of the events that we organized were, there was some people in a space. I'm not really sure, Ella, how many people are in the space with you right now? I have no idea.
You mean in the virtual space, or
no, in Berlin.
Oh, it's just 3 because
3. 3. So
for COVID
I think
regulations, there's no one here. It's just our most inner circle taking care that the live stream runs, and
But hopefully, we're going to have a real hybrid event where a lot of people can attend in a space, while we also have even more people online. And this is now scheduled somewhere in June in Wellington, in New Zealand.
Okay,
so
amazing.
They've contacted us only this week, and they were very enthusiastic to host MoneyLab number 12. So
that's good.
There's an enormous amount of energy and activism happening even in the COVID period, and the reason for this is, I think it's multiple, but I want to just go through a few of the things, why there is such energy and enthusiasm and commitment.
Of course,
because I think there's not one reason. It's just so many things in the world are coming together. I would like to start there. That I think a lot of the people involved in MoneyLab like to link up a variety of struggles, and I think this is even stronger than a few years ago. And I think I just want to mention here, of course, the anti-racism struggles, Black Lives Matter, which was so important in the last year. It's also important, of course, to mention here that, for instance, Jonathan Beller of the AXA community, he explicitly writes also in his new book about the deep linkages between, let's say, the global finance, racism, colonial legacies, neo-colonial power struggles. But I would also like to mention, of course, a lot of other people who, even before, have written about, the somewhat problematic part of the, let's say, right-wing neo-libertarians and their role in the design of the cryptocurrency as we know it. And this is really, so these things are related, and these are the struggles that were happening, and MoneyLab has always taken sides there. Another one, of course, that needs to be mentioned is, the growing concerns and mobilizations that are happening around climate change and the destruction of the biosphere, biodiversity. With the topic of, let's say, extinction and Extinction Rebellion, of course, as a radical movement in that field. And only recently, this came very close to the MoneyLab community with the debate about how economically and ecologically sustainable the tokens are, the production that are playing a role in in crypto art. And we are going to zoom in on that later on today at 8 o'clock when we look into the current crypto art hype, but also the the environmental side of it.
Absolutely.
And of course, I would like to mention here also that MoneyLab has always took sides and tried to imagine a world in which a radical redistribution of wealth would take place, and in which we would facilitate also on a technical level this redistribution of wealth and the struggle that many of us are involved in to actually materialize this. And this is a strange time in that respect, because we are seeing some kind of a version of this happening with COVID payments, an enormous amount of debt that especially Western countries are accumulating right now, spending an enormous amount of money to keep the economies afloat during lockdown. So, and of course, there it's interesting to see, how is this possible, and in the light of previous discussions we had about basic income, and this will be a topic here as well. I would also like to ask Ella to say maybe a little bit more on the situation in Germany right now, because in Germany a lot of these things are coming together now. We just recently, over the last half year, had the collapse of Wirecard, an enormous scandal. Recently, the CumEx has played a really important role in the political scandals in your country, because we are, let's say, even though we're not physically there, Ella, we are situating this MoneyLab 11 in Berlin, and a lot of the speakers, of course, will come from Berlin. So can you say a little bit about that, what has happened in the last, let's say, month?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Gerard. I can do that. Well, it's true that a lot of the inspiration for this conference and a lot of activism comes here from Berlin. And it's also, I would say, there's a growing scene of people organizing themselves these days. And this is a direct response to a lot of the scandals and mismanagements and betrayals that were taking place, not only in the world of finance, but it's this I would say the situation in Germany, it's some sort of awakening right now where people really start to understand that this privileged and rather well-off society is really in danger of being split apart. And, of people on the one hand losing like basic life quality and stability, and then others on the other hand are not being taken accountable for what they were doing. I mean, you were referring to the Wirecard scandal, where a lot of public money was pumped in to save, whatever, right? The same with Cum-Cum and Cum-Ex, which was basically a large-scale financial fraud scheme that really that floated the portfolios of some super wealthy people, but left the taxpayers here with I don't know how many billions less. So I think it's this, a lot of people simply understand that there's a lot going wrong in the economy, and they can feel it in their own lives. Like, let's look back when the financial crisis hit in 2007 and 2008. I think that was a moment of major change, because that was also the time when protest movements such as Occupy Wall Street came into being. It was where Bitcoin was developed as a response to the financial crisis. It was a moment where people started to organize themselves and think of way of a more decentralized and transnational mode of being together, just as we are practicing here in this MoneyLab. So I think, in general, we are in a state of, maybe awakening, but also in a state of fear and insecurity. Just like in many other European countries, I can imagine the situation is relatively similar. But one thing I realize here in Berlin is a wonderful bubble of people and organizations that are trying to create very creative and effective responses to this current situation. And I'm glad that we have some of them in MoneyLab program in this coming weekend.
Yeah, maybe we're not going through the program because I looked at it in the last 2 hours, and I must admit I got lost in our own program because
it's huge.
It's already it's a lot, and what really defines it is the rich ecosystem of Berlin, and you're saying we're only able to cover only a few of the initiatives in this field. I would like to mention trust first of all, but also DISCO. There is circles, of course. The sphere, there's EXA, there's this Black Swan thing, of course the Berlin Tech Coalition, which I'm looking forward to, the School of Machines in which you are involved. There's a lot, but there's also, of course, and maybe you can say something about it and how you look at it, also more like a more traditional, let's say, blockchain startup environment, right? And that's what we hear about more in the news, when a lot of people are still kind of hoping that some kind of tech startup boom will come, and from Berlin. Can you say something about that? Is that a myth, or how should we look at it? Is fintech firmly based in Berlin?
Well, it's a good question. I think on the one hand it is, yes. So there is a lot of decentralized finance here, but also there's a lot of conscious finance here. And I think that's maybe what makes Berlin a special place, because the startups, they did not really manage to attract that much money compared to Silicon Valley. So a lot of them were not really successful, I would say, with their business models. And on the other hand, it's I would say the initiatives that really became popular and interesting and managed to activate a larger community. These initiatives were really the ones that asked questions of, what's the reason for all of that? Is this just to make everyone rich, or is this rather about creating an ecosystem maybe? Is this rather about creating livelihood for more than the founders? And then I guess it's also because it's just this, maybe this atmosphere here in the city where there is a certain criticality towards startup, traditional startup values, I would say, and that also comes into play. So yeah, I guess this is a very interesting mix of people, characters, and approaches.
Yeah, we will not go too deep in the general let's say landscape of cryptocurrencies and what's been happening lately, but obviously we will refer to it. We will try to use not too many acronyms and buzzwords, but it's very obvious that a lot of that stuff is now reaching the mainstream. Last year we had a so-called DeFi summer of decentralized finance, which then kind of collapsed, much like in the time of the when the tokens came up and then disappeared. But we had a meeting of MoneyLab not that long ago about this odd phenomena of GameStop. Right, and that was just one small chapter in a lot of things that happened. And of course, the main driver, I would say, there is this incredible speculation that is happening primarily in the realm of Bitcoin, and then this spreads to others. And I would say that money has in the last let's say 4 to 8 weeks has now reached the art community, and at 8 o'clock we're going to talk about this strange phenomena of all this money flowing into the crypto art and the so-called non-fungible tokens. But we will see a rapid mainstreaming of this. And I'm also curious, Ella, if you have seen some of that happening in Berlin too, or do you still feel that what's happening in Berlin is rather singular or insular in a positive way?
No, I don't think that anything that is happening here is insular or, because it's all connected to what's happening everywhere and all the communities here. I mean, these are groups of people that work in a transnational manner, in a decentralized manner, and it is really. I mean, they happen to be in the city because it's for them. It happens to be a good place to be, but I would say all these movements we see emerging these days. These are movements that just span across nation states and borders. It's a very particular digital culture that is emerging here, and maybe that's something we haven't seen before, and that's really interesting. And that's also where all these transactions ultimately take place.
I agree, and I think MoneyLab itself is, of course, a very good example of these networks that exist that have a lot of different nodes, and it's no longer, we know that let's say the relations between New York, London, Frankfurt, and Tokyo that define let's say global finance. That was maybe 10, 20 years ago happening. But in this age, we see. But still, I'm interested to see, if new, maybe if not places of power, but if new configurations of power are emerging. There's this very odd role that Elon Musk is playing in this whole field. We don't see other, more traditional people from finance stepping in, which, in my understanding, indicates that new forms of power, but also new forms of inequalities are emerging and are being reproduced. And I think what we will hear over the next couple of days here in the MoneyLab event is that we are very concerned that these new inequalities are arising, and that a lot of people that fight these new inequalities are gathering to make very, very clear that another world is possible, and that we should do this very, very fundamental and conceptual work at the forefront of finance, with a reason, with the motivation, namely that we know that these kind of structures in which money flows are not neutral. They are designed, they can be changed, they're digital, and they're up for contestation. And with that, Ella, let's kick it off.
Gerd, thank you so much for being here, and thanks for all your support and help. And I'll see you later tonight for our call-in sessions. 8 p.m. we'll start with the Economic Space Agency moderating a call-in session on NFTs and crypto art. And then from 9:30 on, we have our community call across the time zones to also allow people from more remote time zones to take part. And then I will also ask you more concretely, Gerd, how people can engage with MoneyLab, and because that's also a very different reason for us to convene here. Thank you so much. It was great to having you, and I'll see you back later today. Bye-bye. That was our kick-off session. I can't believe it. So we are already, in our program and moving on. Today's theme, because the conference itself is organized in 4 major themes, and today's is rebuilding our economy, rebuilding our imagination. And for me, it's just so important as a reminder that no matter what it is that we are building or doing, we can't solve things with technology. It's also a matter of, or not with technology only, but no matter what we do, it's also a matter of rebuilding our mindset and the way we look at things. So the person that is going to join us next is Ruth Catlow. She is co-founder of Furtherfield in London, and she has founded many, many interesting artistic and decentralized initiatives. And Ruth certainly is an inspiration and a person that has very often reminded me of how rebuilding and reorganizing our imagination can actually work. So Ruth, hello, you're already here.
Hello.
Hello.
Amazing to be here.
Very happy to have you here. Where are you? This looks very organic, Ruth.
I'm actually in Southend-on-Sea, which is 40 miles due east of London on the North Thames estuary. I'm not actually in a muddy pool, but like in lockdown, a lot of time is spent at screens, and I do like to get out into the wilds a little bit. So I thought I'd bring a bit of it back with me today.
Wonderful. Yeah, so Ruth and we have been meaning to have this conversation since quite some time, right? But then we didn't manage to get together, or there was not a real good framing for it. But then we thought, okay, for this MoneyLab, we definitely sit down and have a proper conversation on all things decentralized. So the name of this session already is quite interesting. It's decal and disco, and it's DIWO and DAO and whatnot. So there's this big D in front of
decentralize all the things.
Exactly, decentralizing all the things, and we know that this can't be the answer, right? But because decentralization in itself is not a value or not any instrument to solve any problem. But nonetheless, I wanted to ask you, Ruth, because I have been observing or witnessing and taking part in your work since years. And you were certainly one of the first people who discovered the blockchain sphere for artistic production. And I'm just really interested in this moment where you understood for yourself that there is an interesting combination, and how did it all start? Maybe you can take us back to that moment.
Yes. So I guess it came out of conversations with people in the further field network. So artists, developers, and activists and thinkers who had long been experimenting with networked media as a kind of as something that was simultaneously a social medium and a medium for expression, distribution, and activation. And I think my first real kind of conversations around the blockchain were with Rob Myers, now Ria Myers, fantastically. So Ria Myers basically started talking to us about the blockchain as a kind of artistic medium. And we started to understand that by working with the blockchain in the same way that we had with the internet, we could start to interrogate the relationship between money, art history, art, value. So while the web was this internet of communications and messaging that had at first produced this kind of flowering of collaboration across kind of like grassroots grounded flowering, but across different geographies, the blockchain reintroduced the idea of economy, assets, and scarcity back into this mix. And there were a whole load of things that happened, but I think the thing that really solidified it was a paper that Ria Myers wrote called DAO, which took a kind of term that we'd been playing with at Furtherfield since the mid-noughties called DIY. So this was DIY, but do it with others rather than do it yourself. So this idea of a kind of punk, make your own tools, make your own platform, but rather than it all being about the genius individual, it was about the genius of the collaborative, the collective in network media. And Ria's piece was kind of like a prompt and a challenge for us to think about how we could work with these new automated organization tools called decentralized autonomous organizations that sat on the blockchain, and to think about how we might apply this kind of playful, critical DIY aesthetic in a medium that also did assets and kind of exchange tracking. And from that, I guess there were kind of the work that was already, development and business, tech development and business were already coming together very strongly to look at the potential for kind of speculative opportunities, along with a whole load of other things very much to do with finance and hyper-financialization. But the thing that really gripped us was this idea that we now had a technical infrastructure that would enable us to think about how we could manage things jointly, because it not only enabled us to think about asset exchange, but also voting and governance. So we'd launched a program called Art, Data, Money in 2015, which was, we put out a bold call, which was saying that we wanted to create a commons for art in the networked age working with blockchains and big data. And I guess the core things in here are cultures made by communities that create their own resources and then manage their own resources. And we just dug into this and worked with a ton of really smart people in this very hard to grasp territory, often made harder to grasp because the cultures that moved in first and fastest were unlike the cultures I was certainly used to, so often from finance or from tech or from kind of VC cultures. And we made a film called The Blockchain Change Everything Forever, which was intended to act as a bridge by kind of tapping into the excitement that was out there in startup and business culture and strike fear into the hearts of everyone else in order to get us into a space and know that there was a conversation to be had. And we co-edited a book called Artists Rethinking the Blockchain that actually really kind of pulled together a lot of really early work in the space, both theorization, practice, and speculative fiction. And we produced a couple of exhibitions that then also toured. So it was kind of like working with across art and theory and speculation to understand what the possibilities of this stuff were and to pull people from across very different sectors and backgrounds to have conversations and start to try and find both common vocabularies, but also to find the edges of what was tolerable to all of us and to understand where resistance should be made. And yeah, just to try and understand and feel it better, feel what it was going to do and where we should get in the middle of it.
Yeah, Ruth, I think it's safe to say that you have been really working through all the extremely hard stuff, right? And I guess that a lot of pioneering work has been done here, because the technology itself and let's say the protocols, etc., are already complex in themselves. But then once you master that, you realize that there is far more complexity behind the technology. And this is something I realized in many of the projects that I contributed to, that once you have a certain idea of platforms you're going to use and protocols and technologies, there's this huge question of how to do things together, right? How to communicate to each other, how to be inclusive, how to manage to have an idea of how to capture people's sentiment, first of all, I think is super important. How to make people accountable for their work, how to make sure that everyone is working towards a certain goal. Everything we formulate under the term decentralized governance, which in itself is already super complex. But then it's also the question of, how to if you manage to make money out of such a project, then how to divide it, how to make everyone participate here. So I realized that in all these projects, entering them, it was like entering a world of enormous complexity. And for me, it's the question I have to you: what are maybe your major learnings in this field of decentralized governance? What do you find particularly complex? And did you maybe also manage to overcome some of these complexities, maybe just by, experimentation, or can also be common sense? I mean, there are many ways of mastering that. But yeah, I would be interested in hearing a little bit from you how you approach that, and whether you managed to master a little bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, I think if you're coming from the artistic position, there is always a bit of a confidence problem with the tech, that you think that the thing that is keeping you out is your lack of technical understanding. And I think one of the things I've really learned over the years is that maybe the barrier to engaging with this stuff is it's less the tech actually than the complexity actually lies in the difficulty of doing governance in any way at all, the difficulties of organizing, coordinating, finding some way to come to common agreement, to build allyship, or to negotiate for mutual interest, and to understand when that is and isn't possible. So I think to some degree, I think that one of the things that I've been really, especially actually more recently, as we've done some work to really get our hands on some DAO platforms, we've kind of discovered that the tech is like really not as sophisticated as we hoped it might be. It can't do some of the things that we do really simply when we're trying to work something out, when we're trying to organize, when we're trying to decide something, when we're trying to distribute things. And that in the tests we've done, we've ended up using DAOs more to kind of ratify the things that we've had to decide offline, because once we try to formalize a kind of decision-making process, you just realize how complex these things are. So to start to think about automating all of that, really, and this is why we're going to meet the disco guys later. And I think all the really strong, interesting projects are those that understand that culture has to come before structure, and that then you build the minimum structures you can to allow those cultures to thrive. And yeah, I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, you did. And at the same time, I know there's so much stuff still we can talk about. Yeah, I have one moment in my head, just to add a little bit from my own history, and that was, when was it, 2.5 years ago, when a project I was involved in, Archain Europe, was, we built a tech cooperative, but in our very very own terms, like a real cooperative. So it was this whole idea of taking decisions together, and democratic control, collective ownership, and all of that. So I think we did a pretty good job, and also there was some funding for us from the initiators in the US. But then we received the funds in token, and the token plunged. And it was just in the midst of a huge crash. And yeah, in the end, there was simply not much left. And then, this was for me a really interesting moment, because I realized in that moment, it was not just the money that went away, or the value, let's say, but it was like the whole confidence in the project. that went away. It was as if, the life spirit of everything we have been working on went away overnight. And I found that really interesting. And that also, that sort of underlines what you said about the culture, because if there is no culture there to sort of buffer that, like financial loss, or because it can happen very easily. If we work in this realm, it can happen easily that a token does not operate as successfully as we have hoped for. But at least if there is a little bit more to that, systems of care and value systems that are not entirely based on money, then at least there is a chance that something remains in the end. And I'm just really interested if you ever had experienced also such a loss, like a real physical loss in terms of funds. Did you experience that so far? And could you cope with that?
I guess. I remember the Archain value collapse. And what's so interesting is that confidence collapse did actually, in my kind of, I can't prove it, but it mapped onto my kind of like my perception of what the confidence was in a few very core people who, so it kind of mapped onto the behaviors of maybe a kind of guru figure. And this is really weird. So you have these kind of decentralized value systems that are mapping onto, that are so dependent on the believability of so few characters. I guess when we were setting up DECAL, so the Decentralized Arts Lab, we set out to set this up in 2018. Or 2017, I think we started working on it. And 2018, at the beginning of the summer, we had something that was starting to feel like promises from 3 different large companies who were doing their ICOs for the kind of money that would sustain 3 years' work, 3 very serious years' work, and allow us to work, like to pull together a group of people to do deep research. And across that summer, we had the ICO collapse and all of that fell away. So that was kind of a lesson. And so I guess that was my experience. It was around the same time actually as the Archain event also.
Yeah, we already started to touch down on DAOs, on decentralized autonomous organizations, and you already made a comment earlier that you have a bit of a critical view on this what's the word? This automated,
automation.
Yeah, the automation of decision making on these platforms. But then I wonder, these are people, right, operating on those platforms, and they're just voting. They say yes or no, and in doing so, they've managed to vote up certain projects, or other projects get voted down, and therefore their likelihood of getting funded decreases. But in the end, is it really so automated, or is there anything wrong, let's say, in the culture of a DAO in the first place? I just try to wrap my head around how to improve that automation and decision making. Do you have any ideas about that?
I just think that in the experiments we've done, it became really clear that all the decision making and negotiation is happening back channel off chain. So like there's deals being made, people are expressing their kind of they're expressing their loyalties and rewarding people. They're using these kind of systems to do that, and actually what happens is a lot of these things are happening in the background. So with systems where it looks as though it's all very transparent, like all the decisions are made online, but it doesn't actually necessarily give you any insight into the reasons why, or like yeah, like where the power, it isn't a transparent map of power, basically.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, I can relate to that, to the map of power, right?
Yeah.
Also, maybe to build on that, isn't this whole discussion around voting, isn't that also pointing in the same direction, where we can now discuss whether yes or no voting, whether that is, that's obviously one thing, but capturing member sentiment and understanding why people relate to certain things in a certain manner, it's also really important, right? Because only if you have an idea of what people actually like or dislike, you can start creating cultures or systems that are maybe anticipating future behavior, and that creates a little bit more, sustainability within the group. So I wonder what it is that we still have to learn around decision making, because very often it's still tied to the binary voting mode.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've been thinking about this really a lot. This is an area that we've been at Furtherfield, we've been digging into, like, through different projects, and I think it's always, we think about this. We kind of test different things by thinking about who it is that we want to decide with. Let's put it like that. So the two very clear examples I can give, because I think it's helpful to think about things in a concrete way, are a project we're developing at the moment at Furtherfield called Culture Stake, which uses quadratic voting on the blockchain. And this is a tool that is designed to enable people in localities to select the work, to select an artwork. So they experience a taster artwork or a number of taster artworks, and then they select the piece that they feel belongs most in their locality, the thing that they would like to commission at a larger scale. Mm-hmm. And we are using quadratic voting, which is a system that allows people to vote not only a yes or no, but with to also convey the intensity of their preference. So it allows them to weight their voting. And I'm starting to understand that this is sitting somewhere actually between something like a referendum and a survey. Mm-hmm. So it's not actually, and one of the things that there were kind of two things that inspired us to want to develop this piece. One was a sense of dissatisfaction about a situation in which in our gallery we kind of funnel work that we think is fantastic from a kind of international digital scene into a local gallery and then benevolently bestow it on the locality. That was starting to just feel wrong. So we knew that we wanted to work much more closely with the people who we were working amongst to have them contribute more to shaping our programs and our curation. And the use of quadratic voting is allowing us to both they're selecting works that they think are most interesting and then able to rank the things, tell us what is most meaningful about those things and why they like them the most. And the other thing was just the horrific experience of Brexit and this the kind of referendum that told us nothing, that was kind of decided on this fraction of a vote, that has left the UK in a situation where any wanker can basically interpret the vote in any way they want and say, oh yes, but the vote tells us this about the British people and what they want. And so one of the things that I think we need voting systems that put more data into a system and then allow people to hold that data as a commons to inform the things that they do going forward. And this is the thing that excites me about DAOs, is that we can start to imagine a situation where groups of people can act together, have a record of the way they have acted, and also to marshal their kind of assets for a kind of towards a kind of collective imaginative project, but where the record of the things they've done start to become a kind of co-owned heritage. And this feels useful and interesting and empowering, actually.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ruth. And I would really like to come back to the commons, because I know this has played a role in your work all over the past years. And one thing I find quite interesting is that I observe a tendency that a lot of people steer away from seeing the economy as, in these traditional silos, meaning there's the market and there's the producers and the buyers and all that, but there's more to it, right? And there's, just to give two examples what I mean when I say more. If we, for instance, here in Berlin, want to establish an alternative to Airbnb, if we acknowledge that temporary housing rentals is a thing, that people want to have that, but also to realize that it's not based on a single entrepreneurial decision of people to build that, but it needs more stakeholders to make it possible. So that is one of the first things I realized, that if it's about building alternatives, we have to look into multi-stakeholder models, something that it's not so often found in the classic economics. And secondly, and that's also what I understand when we talk about the commons, it's this huge realm of, it's a nature protection, and it's the question of who gets to benefit from what we are doing in what ways. And that does not only include a specific group of stakeholders, but that's also, it's a more expanded view on the nature and the planet and all livelihood, and how to bring all of that together. So I'm really curious about your learnings and perspectives in tying the commons into this already complex field.
I think that the basic foundation for thinking through these technologies with a commons lens is the very simple understanding that we need to shape, that the people who technologies serve need to be shaping those technologies. So one of the things that I've discovered in my hands-on tests with DAOs is that if they have complexity and if they have complexity in them, and if they're if they're hard to manipulate or customize, then it puts the person with the most technical capacity, it gives them an inordinate amount of power. And so this is actually a reason why I have found it very frustrating over the years that let's call ourselves the progressive left. I found it very frustrating that the progressive left has really not come into this space to any degree at all, because this technology needs to be shaped by people with more diverse political and cultural needs, values, and kind of intellectual perspectives. Otherwise, we end up with something that is built on an enterprise model, serving very narrow, kind of narrow interests, and where the wealth is already. Mm-hmm. And so the kind of a commons approach to this says we need to get many more diverse people and interests into the formation of these technologies if we don't want a complete disaster. And so a lot of there's been huge antagonism in space just recently around the kind of environmental controversies, which I found enormously frustrating, because I think that they're just going to reinforce the kind of this idea that this is not a space that we should be in, that it's kind of inherently problematic, inherently earth harming. And I just see a lot of really good people who would have a lot to contribute finding it like so off-putting. And I think I think it's actually a bit of a catastrophe.
Yeah, I think it's true that we see a lot of white male Western liberalism in that field, and that diversity is lacking. However, I also see a rise of organizations and groups that already try to tackle that, right, and to come up with very progressive thoughts and also approaches to counter that. And we'll see some of them over the course of this.
I know you've got them in your program. This is the other quite frustrating thing, is that I think that there's some is that the recent controversies have just completely effaced actually some really inspiring and radical work that's been going on in this field for a really long time from some really quite diverse, like people who are not from the usual suspects. And I think it's been really tough on people who are doing hard, conscientious, diligent work to address all of the not only environmental but social equality, social justice issues.
Yeah, Ruth, I don't know whether probably you are not following the chat right now, but I'm just looking into some of the prompts people are sharing here in the chat, and maybe if it's okay for you, maybe I can share a little bit of what is what is asked, or what people think here. Would be really nice to maybe get a statement from you. So there is somebody writing that or observing that the real decisions were often made off-system or off-chain. I think that's because we are irrational creatures that grant authority to others based on intangibles, such as how much you seem to trust someone, based on irrelevant factors like charisma or friendliness. The problem is that we have done it that way since literally forever. So this is a question around leadership and around who is granted the right to speak or to lead. And very often these are very charismatic people, and it's also often dominant people. And so people argue about that there is a flaw in the very design of how decision-making system or how the economy itself is organized, right? And I think it's a really good question to ask. Why was it designed that way? You know, probably you don't know the answer, but maybe you just wanna...
I have opinions. As you know. We have 7,000 plus years of patriarchy, which has organized the world in a certain way. And I think, like, organizing in a decentralized, distributed way is going to be really messy. And we have, like, in in 70s feminism, we have The Tyranny of Structurelessness, this fantastic essay that was kind of like showing us what a nightmare it was to kind of like, when you take away the kind of actually very efficient and sometimes very useful hierarchical structures of organization, about how easy it is for things to really get out of hand and go very badly wrong. And especially this thing of the kind of charismatic leader suddenly having terrible amounts of power. But like, I think as we have seen, especially in the last 5 years, what's happened with network communication, like, this is here, and we have to find a way to deal with it. Like we need to build these new muscles. We need to build new ways to, like, new social muscles, new emotional, communal muscles for operating in this new globally networked world where we see ourselves together, where we can speak into these spaces, and where now we're amplifying and accelerating all of this with AI as well. I mean, it's here, and we've got to find a way to get into the middle of it and make it work for ourselves.
I wonder, for people who would like to dive a little bit deeper into that field, are there any useful resources or digital groups or Telegram channels or anything you found particularly useful, or that also enabled you to learn and to progress in that field?
I don't have one. I belong to about 10 Telegram channels, probably more, and at least 7 or 8 Discord groups. I mean, I just think people need to go wide and yeah, like try and go for diversity. I mean, we just did this program with the Goethe Institute that I co-curated with Penny Rafferty, which was a series of Art World DAO prototype building. One of them came out of the brilliant trust, who I know you are in partnership with, for MoneyLab. And this again is an attempt to work across 5 different countries with 10 different partners. And I think it's really only by trying to, like, working out what's important to you and the people who you want to work things out with and want to work with, that you learn about this stuff. I don't think you learn it by reading things. You learn it by getting in the middle of debates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one thing I would really like to ask you, Ruth, is maybe coming back a little bit to artistic production and the blockchain and this hope of groups being able to finance their work independently from the state or, from fans, whatever. So I think there has been quite a bit of stubbornness also in the past years, that it's actually not that easy to create anything completely independent from other groups of stakeholders. And also, I had a little bit the feeling that the hope of being able to create autonomous financial means without having to rely on anyone else does not really work. It doesn't work on the blockchain. It doesn't work elsewhere. And I think a precursor of that was a demand, at least it was widely discussed here in Germany, where people were asked that when they were given a certain percentage of state funding, that they should also match that funding with crowdfunding, for instance, to prove that there is real interest in what they do, right? So what I observed over the past years is that this, this question of how arts and culture should be funded, whether it's ethical to say, oh, they should do it for themselves and they are completely independent, or whether this is a task of the state or of the citizens. And there's a lot of talk about that and a lot of opinions on that. And I'm really curious, how do you see that? Also, with your perspective, living in London, with Brexit and all that, how do you see that, Ruth?
It's messy. It's just really messy. So for transparency's sake, Furtherfield has received Arts Council funding. So this is public funding since 2004. The contract we have with the Arts Council requires us to match that. So that's either in partnership with other organisations commissioning us or through private donation. And it's it has been very precarious at times, very and not just like this is not, there is no easy answer to this, because especially in the kind of phases of early crowdfunding, like when this was supposed to be the answer to everything, the kinds of exploratory edge work that we are, it's the thing that we do, does not lend itself to marketing, and crowdfunding depends on having a marketable something to describe to a target market. So that's really problematic. I mean, I think whatever methods we've always worked in a kind of nested way. So we will work with the funding that we have and then put that funding in the middle of something else, and kind of patch together the economies for the things that we feel kind of driven to make, that we think are important. And I think this idea of autonomy is a fantasy, and actually sometimes quite a dangerous fantasy, because there is no neutral. All money is coming with some kind of weight attached to it, or there's always it's coming with a heft of some sort, and wherever that funding's coming from is going to it's going to mean something, whatever you do. And it's going to mean something both to whoever then encounters the work that you do, or it already means something about what is expected from it. And I think we just need to, I mean, there are all kinds of tactical moves that one can make in relation to that, and that then becomes part of the rhetoric of the work, I think. But I think that's actually the fact that we've had to be a kind of like had to play this balance between strategic and tactical all the time in all of our work is maybe one of the reasons why blockchain as a medium has been so fascinating to us, because it's kind of that it makes that much more explicit, that when you're working with a medium where value is baked in, where economic value is baked in, then you're having to be a little bit more precise about that.
Yeah, and then money acquisition becomes part of the creative process as well, right? Which can be interesting, but it can also be a real trap. So I'm curious for tomorrow, because we have I think the biggest chunk of the program is actually dedicated to new economies for arts and culture. And we'll hear tomorrow from different initiatives. We also have I think a really nice, even I would call it even experiment with Yael Sherrill, who is going to talk to the program director of a performing arts initiative in Berlin that is huge, and that is willing to also to think of ways how to reorganize itself in a public event. I think that's extremely interesting, and I'm really looking forward to that. And that also,
I mean, yeah, and another one of my favorite projects around this is the Sphere. So this is, you'll know the Sphere, yeah. So this is circus and finance.
Yeah,
I think this is really great, these kind of collisions of finance with things that are expressive in all the ways, because like when we were talking about how hard it is for people to engage with governance, I think it's the same with both money and finance. I think the level of literacy, certainly I found this in myself, my own literacy around what money and finance are, was like so weak. And I think it's a real problem how weak literacy is in this area. Yeah. And the more we can collide it with different expressive forms and find different ways to apprehend how it is actually moving in our societies and in our material worlds, the better.
Absolutely, yeah. This is something where we don't know. We are not really taught about that. It's expected from everybody to be an expert in finance in the sense of taking care of your own money, right, and creating your livelihood. If you are not good in doing that, then people look down on you and they think you're a loser. But actually, the literacy, how you say, the financial literacy, I would say is nothing that people learn good enough neither in school nor in university. I guess it's pretty much the same as communication. So if we look at human beings and what they rely so much on money, they rely so much on communication, but they really suck in both arenas because simply there isn't enough literacy around it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably not an accident, because if everyone really knew how finance worked, then it might start spreading and flowing in a different way, like we've seen with GameStop, like we're seeing currently. Finance can only work in the way it works if most people don't really understand what it's doing.
Yeah.
So,
I guess so. And
yeah.
I remember the rage a lot of people felt when the economic crisis in 2008, when newspapers wrote that, look, it's too complicated to explain how all of that worked and what led to that crisis. So there was a narrative that was transported in quite some media outlets, where people were given the feeling that they are just not knowledgeable enough to put their hands on what has happened. And I think that was quite telling. Yeah, and since you just mentioned before about the 1970s feminism, I have a book here in this shelf behind me, and it's from Marilyn Waring, If Women Counted. It's a classic from the 1970s, and I think she was among the first who dared to speak up in public. I think she was a professor in economics, and then she claimed that it's actually impossible to talk about economics without taking into account invisible labor and care work. They don't even have there is no metric to sort of track the value of a good conversation, or if you look at someone in trouble, or taking care of people in your family, whoever. And I think she was among the first to really talk frankly about it, and to also demand that in this whole body of economic research, that this should be included, and that people should come up with completely different metrics of measuring these modes of work and value. And what is really interesting these days, and that's maybe it could be a positive outcome of the COVID-19 crisis, that people start discussing that. Because those people that are working on the front lines and really putting their lives at risk, these are considered as, what's this English? The English term? They are like essential. Yeah, these are essential workers, right? But they are not paid in an essential manner. So I think that's also, it's interesting to see how finally people start debating the value of that kind of work. To what extent does that play a role in your own research and in your own work, the invisible work?
I mean, yeah, so to keep, I absolutely love the work that Marilyn Waring did. Like, she did this really kind of careful tabulation of the labor of women, and to look at the work that was going unaccounted for and uncounted in kind of like international measures of GDP and all this kind of stuff. And it was really powerful, and they're very straightforward and very simple, and it really wasn't too complicated for people to understand. But so I guess the way we've been kind of making sure that we hang on to this is that we've been working with we've been working on a number of projects alongside this kind of more technical work or more votey style work. So we've been working with Cassie Thornton and the Hologram, which is a peer-to-peer feminist healthcare system. We running these live action role plays, which give us a way to ensure that we're constantly working with a kind of the social reality that exists between us to ensure that we are really attending to what is important to us as humans, so that we don't get lost in these kind of crystalline structures or theories of how things ought to be if they were clean. And of course, the disco guys have been very inspiring to us. I mean, I say these disco guys, I am one of the disco guys, but the work that's being done through discos is this kind of careful work to ensure that care is accounted for, that there isn't a rush to put everything onto the blockchain. You know, there isn't that it's kind of holding back, going slow. I think if I've learned anything over the last 5 or 6 years, it's to be really circumspect about the things that we put into a mechanism. Like to kind of like try and think about what we can keep off the mechanism, and what we can keep amongst human systems will be a way to maybe reduce some harm, and to do that work really slowly.
Yeah. And Ruth, we are. I could move on forever having this conversation, but we are moving towards the end of our talk. I just wanted to invite you to maybe share some future visions and projects you are currently working on. What is it that comes next for you, or what is it what you would love to do?
Well, so this summer at Furtherfield, we run this gallery, a small gallery in the heart of a park in North London. The people who use this park, it's used by people who speak 200 different languages. It's a very diverse part of London. And of course, the park has become a real, it's a very high value to people during lockdown. And it's a place where people really hang out and can get a bit of a break from the stresses of pandemic life. And this summer, we are using this culture stake quadratic voting project that we have to present and invite people to experience 3 works that are made specifically for the locality, as first as digital works, and then they will vote in the locality, but also internationally. But the international vote is worth less than the local vote, so we've weighted it so that the local voters have more say, and then we will produce whichever work is selected as most belonging in that area. So this is one thing that we're working on. We're working on 2 LARPs at the moment. I have the pleasure of collaborating with Cassie Thornton on a LARP for the hologram, which is really thinking about what a kind of collective feminist peer-to-peer healthcare system looks like in 2050. So we are all wearing our best selves into the future to think about what that looks like. And I'm working with Cade DM at the New Design Congress on another live action role play for multi-species justice in the park. And we're developing this year, and it'll roll out across the winter and become something that the users of the park can play to make a treaty for multi-species justice in the park.
Fantastic. That sounds really good, Ruth, and I'm sure it's going to turn out really great. So good luck for that. And let me quickly ask before you leave, I really would like you to introduce our next speakers, but let me quickly ask if they are around. Are both around? Okay, yeah. So I would say, I just say a couple of words about them before we invite them into the room. So this first part of the conference of having Gerd here and Ruth, and also the DISCO team, that was was cited a couple of times before, namely Stacco Troncoso, Anne-Marie Utratel. She can't be here today, but there is Irene Lopez de Vallejo instead. And both are speaking on behalf of the DISCO cooperative. And this has been also a really inspiring movement and project for me over the past couple of years. And I want to say a very warm welcome to both Irene and Stacco. Please join us.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Oh, here you are. Lovely. You all look
Exciting.
You all look really groovy, I have to say.
It's so good to provoke so much joy and laughter. I haven't even spoken yet.
Fantastic to have you all here. So I guess we've been meaning to meet up in the physical world since a long time, but there was no way to do it. So yeah, we had to organize a MoneyLab Berlin in order to get together, at least virtually. So welcome, Irene and Stacco. It's lovely to be here. And before we dive into the DISCO verse, I just want to give Ruth an opportunity to maybe say a few words of hello and goodbye to Irene and Stacco before we hand it over.
All right. Really nice to see you. Yeah, I'm just going to, I don't know what I have to say other than to say that, to use this as an opportunity to boast, to say that one of my proudest moments last year was writing the foreword for the DISCO manifesto. I don't particularly enjoy writing, but it was a really easy thing to write because the work that DISCO is doing, the DISCOs are doing, and the reason they're doing it are really urgent, obvious. It's just doing such great work. So yeah, very happy to gate crash the beginning of your talk.
Yeah, that was the idea. Ruth, thank you so much. You can just, I hope you'll stay with us and join the rest of the live stream on the MoneyLab website. Thank you so much for being here, Ruth. Bye-bye.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. And jumping back to into the DISCO space. So here we go. Very happy to having you both here. Where are you currently? You are in Spain, both of you, right?
Yeah, I'm in Bilbao.
Yeah.
And I'm in a small village in western Spain, close to Portugal.
Lovely. Can I ask you, Irene, can you maybe say a few words about yourself and what brought you to DISCO? That would be amazing. And then I pass it on to Stacco.
Yes, thank you, Ella. I'm very happy to be here. And actually, it was Ruth who introduced me to Stacco and Anne-Marie. So it's Ruth's fault that I got engaged with the DISCO project. A few words about me. It's how did I actually engage with DISCO and this project? And that's it's been for me. It's been a full circle, yeah, in my kind of like personal and professional life. When I met Stacco and Anne-Marie and started to get engaged with what they were doing at that time at Guerrilla Media Collective and in some other places, I was I was looking for something and I didn't know what it was. You know? I was engaging in a number of working practices and workplaces that were not really satisfying. So the ideas that they shared with me were very inspiring, and I thought I'm just gonna go and help. It's interesting because my background is social science, so I'm first a sociologist, a social observer, yeah, and. What I did many years ago was actually studying existing working practices, the theory. I have to say that I am of a collaborative nature. I really enjoy working with people, but I find very difficult to collaborate in current workplaces. Yeah, the world of work is not really designed for people looking after each other. That's not seen as productive. Current workplaces are not really fair. Yeah, with the number of things. Yeah, not only a capacity but also more qualitative aspects of collaboration. And that was what brought me to be in the place that I'm today, fully immersed in the discoverse and engaging and with the community. So that's a bit about me. I mean, I've been also involved in the blockchain space. I was for a few years very much into the whole Web3 space from an ecosystems point of view, trying to understand the technology, but always looking at it from the impact side of things. So what can these technologies do for you and how can you use them in ways that are useful, yeah, and very, very practical. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Irene, and we get back to you soon. But before that, I want to welcome Stako as well. Stako, can you also say a few words about you, and then maybe we can dive into what brought DISCO into existence?
Yeah, so I'm Stako Troncoso. I'm originally from Spain. I was brought up in London, so this is why I have this dodgy half Spanish, half English accent. I've done many things in my life. I was a professional translator for years, and I was very politically active. This kind of, I did feel a political disenfranchisement, which cleared itself up through Occupy, or the Spanish version of Occupy 15M, which happened before. This led me to quit my job and to actually use unemployment as the startup capital for something called Guerrilla Translation, which is the first DISCO and the precursor of DISCO. So in Guerrilla Translation, we started doing collaborative accounting. This was just as the blockchain was kind of like exploding in more popularity 2013 after the original white paper and stuff. So we had a keen interest in the blockchain, and also Anne-Marie, my co-author, Anne-Marie Trayton, and myself, we were part of the P2P Foundation in various capacities during 6 years. And so we had Guerrilla Translation as a practical experiment of many of the ideas that were being talked about right then around P2P and the commons, but how do we make this sustainable and not dependent on external funders or privilege, but how can we make it this commons thinking and part of the workplace? And all of this resulted in DISCO, the distributed cooperative organization, which Irene will take the lead in presenting. And whatever else you want to know, you can go to my website and read stories about me. But I'm more interested in hearing people's thoughts. And very glad to be here. Thank you, Ella. Ella and Ruth have been great DISCO allies. Ruth wrote the introduction, as mentioned, to the DISCO manifesto. And Ella wrote the introduction to the DISCO elements, which is the follow-up. So we're in good company. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, so here in the chat already, people keep on asking, what is DISCO all about? And so I hear a lot of buzz around DISCO, so people have a vague idea. Okay, this is about feminist economics, and this is about mutual care. It's about also cooperatives, and it's about the blockchain. So how does all of this go together? And I think before we start entering a more maybe complex field of debate, I would invite you to give us maybe a short presentation, just an idea that people get a deeper understanding of what DISCO really is about. And then we kick off our discussion and conversation. And I will also collect questions here in the chat. Here we go. I see the presentation, great. Oh, Irene? You are muted, I guess.
Finally, I couldn't find the button. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, I mean, yeah, thank you, Ella. I mean, this is about the essentials of DISCO, and that's what I'm going to present in these few slides. It's great that Stako is also here, because I can only go so deep into some of the concepts. But I want to tell you something that it's funny, I suppose. I told all my friends that keep on asking, Irene, we don't understand what you're doing. You know, what is this? What is it? Cooperatives, yeah, feminist, what is it? And what does it mean in practice? So I hope that with these few slides, the conversation later can be a bit more focused, and you can ask us, you know, really deep questions. The future is already here, and it's just not evenly distributed. This was something that a favorite author of the collective said a few years ago, and that is true. And one of the things that DISCO stands for is to create an alternative to make that future more evenly distributed, more fair. So here are a few points to give you the essentials of DISCO. As Taco said, DISCO stands for Distributed Cooperative Organizations, and are a way for people to come together in ways that are cooperative, collaborative, commons-oriented, and feminist economics. Yeah, these are values for small federated communities that are already formed or are starting to begin to be formed. DISCOs use tech without being completely tech-centric. So humans and their decisions and their values always take a precedent. The trust, mutual trust in those small groups is essential to make the relationships reliable, but also enjoyable. And DLTs and blockchain technologies are only used when the values that the groups share are already formed and established, and everybody knows what their cooperation is for. DISCO's DNA, its essence, combines four main areas of work, of practices, and of examples, and they come together in what the DISCO framework it is, and I'll come to that a little bit later. So it's the commons and the P2P movements, the open cooperative movements, combining open source and commons principles with the cooperative and social solidarity movements, open value accounting. It's about how to reward labor in a different way, and feminist economics, and bringing the element of care into the picture. The evolution from platform to open COPs to DISCOs can be tracked from the traditional cooperative to the platform cooperatives to the open cooperatives to DISCOs. Yeah, it's by adding layers of ideas and practices. In a traditional cooperative, worker ownership and control is distributed in a specific way. If you're familiar with the cooperative movement, you know what I'm talking about. If not, chip in if you want. Platform cooperatives add a layer of digital technologies or the digital economy, digitalization, to the traditional cooperative model. Open cooperatives add another layer of purpose, commons, and the open source. And DISCOs add a further layer of the element of care, the open value accounted element, and the DLTs. Yeah.
So I mean, just to chip in on that, when you see that kind of timeline, cooperatives are very relevant, I mean, to the whole blockchain, decentralized, or I would say revolutionary space, because they've already been practicing that hard standard governance for 175 years. But this actually, when I see this slide, it makes me think like when you're checking out an app or something and they have a comparison with the other ones and like there's only one that ticks all the boxes. This doesn't mean that like DISCO is better, but DISCO is more specific. And DISCO reflects our concerns about the time that we're living in right now and the possibilities and the dangers of technologies. And those concerns are reflected in the DISCO manifesto, which you can read. If you just hit the next slide, Irene, and then I'll give it back to you, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean,
go ahead.
It says so there. We've already said it. This DISCO was not made as a white paper proposal where you draw the blueprints for new economic and human relationship protocols. It actually came from lived experience. It actually came from precarity. It actually came from what do we do that feels creative and that it feels actually coherent with our political values. So I'm not going to say that we've done all the hard work for you, but we've done plenty of that already to create, what is basically a recipe book, like a food recipe. Yeah. So what DISCO gives you is it tells you the ingredients. It also gives you some of the technology, the pots and the pans to make the dish, but you're going to make the dish. You're going to cook it yourself. And as Ella mentions in her introduction to the DISCO elements, it's not easy. But, sometimes the best things in life are not easy. And life right now, especially in 2021, which is kind of like the epilogue of 2020 that we wanted to leave behind. As things are difficult, why don't we try some things that can initially seem complicated, but that may lead to better existences? So these are some of the ideas going around on DISCO. Over to you, Irene.
Thank you. So this is a picture of the Guerrilla Media Collective, not all of them, but most of them. And these are the people that actually gave birth to the DISCO framework. This is another beautiful picture of them drawn by themselves. And this is the website of Guerrilla. They do a fantastic work in this space, and I encourage you to go and check the website because they are really, really amazing. This is a picture of the many discussions that this group had to evolve the model and to create the model and to think and reflect about what it means to take an organization, through the steps that make it in the way that I'm going to explain now, the model that they developed. And as we've said before, the DISCO framework emerged from the governance model that was developed for the Guerrilla Translation Group. That's very important. That's very, very important. This is an infographic on how Guerrilla works. There is some pro bono work that comes from the interest of the group there is a text that is worth translating for a number of reasons. That work is love work. It's love credits, gives the individuals the work credits. A team is created to do the translation, and the work is done. Agency work works in a similar way. Someone signals, I want this translated, and they organize themselves, and they get livelihood credits for that. Work is done, out. At the center of this pro bono and agency work for Guerrilla, it's the care work element, very important. Without that, the group is not healthy, it's not communicating, it's not working comfortably and properly. And the model essentially value tracks these three types of work: the commons-oriented pro bono work, the ethical market livelihood work, and the care and reproductive work. And all of this for a fair distribution of income. Yeah, this is very important. You want to say something about that, Stako?
No, let's just keep going. I'm more interested in what people want to ask us about, and then let's leave time for the conversation to discuss.
Cool. So what we are doing at DISCO is prototyping, these interoperable forms of ownership, of people coming together and work collaborative, and the governance that they can potentially use, providing templates and guidelines, both from a methodological point of view and from a technological point of view for entrepreneurship and for value accounting, and actually tracking the different types of work. We're building radically fair workplaces, and the purpose of DISCO is fight economic inequality and provide those templates and those guidelines to be able to do it, either if you are a formed organization or you are thinking of starting a new one. So we are providing alternatives in ways. Today, there is pervasive economic inequality, as you all know, and the pandemic has only made that some of those inequalities even more, say, radically clear to everybody. And we don't see enough alternatives to be able to do these things, to do things in a different way. Most of us are lost. We don't know how to do it, and how can we change the way we think and the way we operate. And we want to change that. And that brings us to the next question, which is, what is the future of work? And for us, the future of work is the restoration of our relationships to each other and our relationships to the planet. We see this as the work of a lifetime, and this is our gift to future generations, for them to also carry forward and develop and deploy. And the party is not over. The party is full of disconauts. It's the people that are making this possible, is the guerrilla media group and the other labs that are helping us to co-develop and co-design this model. This is the last slide. You want to know more about what DISCO is, go to the website disco.com, read the manifesto, read the elements. You will get all of the information you need there. If you want to be up to date with what we do, newsletter, social media, just please share and engage with us in the hello@disco.co. And this is it. So I think that's now turn for, I guess, questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. And already questions coming in the chat. But I was wondering if I think what could be useful, if you would give us a short context of what DISCO as an organization currently does. I think that could be useful, so people get a better understanding of what to ask you and how to address you. Are you consulting? Are you researching? What are you doing? Maybe you can just explain a little bit before we dive into the questions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Shall I go ahead? Yeah. At the minute, what we are doing is, we're doing a number of things. We're doing many things. Yes, we do research. Yeah, research into these new ways of working and these new ways of organizing people. Is the ownership, is the governance, is the value accounting. There are a number of research aspects to be performed there. For example, legal forms. Yeah, I mean, there is a big debate around what are the legal forms that best support DISCOs. Cooperatives is obviously the one that is most aligned, but what if an ordinary SME wants to actually move towards DISCO model? Other legal forms that can best support that transition, for example. I mean, that's just one of the topics that we're at the minute looking into. There are others that are also related to the DLTs and how do we use DLTs and blockchain at what point and what for. So there has to be very useful and very practical and very no-nonsense and non-magical. And this is not something that has to scare anybody. So the group is working to make those ideas very digestible for anybody to take them on board and deploy. We are looking for funding all the time. We are raising funding to be able to put this in the hands of as many people as possible. This is an open source, open commons-oriented project. So what we do, we want others to use and reuse. And that is not cheap. It's kind of like it's people's time, and we need the funding to do that. So if any funders in the room, please contact us. We are looking for people. Yeah, we are looking for people because this is not your ordinary, I'm going to recruit someone in 2 weeks because I need to cover a gap. This is a long process. So dating for any discount, it takes around 6 months or more. And when we have wanted to do this in a shorter period of time, things have not gone out as well as we would have wanted to. And that was painful for everybody. So we're looking for people that get what a disco is and what disco stands for, and that wants to work in getting this to the next stage. We are also setting up a foundation in Spain to provide an umbrella for the activities of this disco mothership, as we call it, because the mothership is going to steward the whole process, and it's going to look after it. It's going to make sure that it's going to be a long-term play and not something that is is how cool is this, right? And in a year we are out of the picture. We don't want that. We want this to be long-term and real. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Stako, say something.
Yeah,
so
maybe.
When you said about how cool it is, we feel that a lot of people approach disco because it's a cool name. We actually got EU funding with a proposal that wasn't even read, maybe because it's called disco. And it is fun and it's approachable. And I think that it speaks also to the younger and probably more relevant generations who do not hold the power, but do hold the power of change and the power of the future. So yes, disco is hip, and apart from the influences mentioned before, there's also like a lot of like hip hop culture and club culture and DJing stuff, which is also all part of what we do. Complementing what Irene has said, I mean, we always say it, disco wants to take over the world, but the devil's in the details. So, how do you take over the world? And why do you take over the world? You take it over to give it away. So that, if Elon wants to go with this big dildo to Mars, etc., if that's the future we're being sold, while, your shopping is delivered from Whole Foods, which is really, like hip, by an Amazon drone, maybe we can do better. So with all the talk about decentralized finance is like the stupid little cousin of economics. And economics is a much wider discipline. Economics is the why. Finance is the how based on the ideological precepts of the why. So designing systems on the blockchain without like a good working knowledge of political economy and all the options to us is a bit lacking. So discos are seed forms for distributed cooperative economics. And distributed cooperative economics have to be designed by who? By the people who are doing that kind of economics, by the discos, by the co-ops. And I'll quote not Groucho, but the other famous Marx over here, saying, the revolution. Who will do the revolution? Will it be the vanguard party? No, it will be the working class. So in our case, who is the revolutionary subject? Well, instead of the precariat, which is kind of like a disenfranchising position, how about it is the commoners? And, by the commons, we mean the people who gather around resources to steward those resources for the good of the community and according to their own values, not so much those of the state and market. So who are the disco labs? These are the disco labs. And there are currently 5 disco labs because that's all the cognitive capacity we have to handle. And I don't know, Irene, like every week we get like 4 or 5 groups. There's like a list of like 50 people that want to become a disco. And again, it's not easy. Like Irene has said, it's a long process. And among those disco labs is disco.coop. If you're familiar with the term dog fooding or eating your own dog food from software, we are a disco. We're in the process of becoming a foundation, which is not exactly a co-op, but how can we be a foundation kind of disco? So with this experimentation, and Ruth talked before about culture and structure, and we get a lot of people like, hey, what's the tech? And like, I can geek out about the tech for hours, but frankly, that is the most boring part. The exciting stuff is the soft stuff, because the soft stuff is the hard stuff. And by the soft stuff, I mean all the conversations, all the way that suddenly you're sharing your economic flows of values and your livelihood and your survival with people. Sometimes people that you haven't even met in person. Hello, 2021. So with all this, we're doing something called the DISCO applications programs. There's DISCO for worker-owned co-ops, but there's also DISCO for non-profits, DISCOs for community land trusts, so on and so forth. And yeah, and we just do propaganda because, baby, that's the way to go. I mean, capitalism will convince you that you need something that you don't really need with the most beautiful images. And the aesthetics of disco are far from superficial. They're actually there to engage and to make it palatable to you. And we're not educated. It's a problem. This is a problem in anarchist collectives, in squats, in cooperatives. I've been part of all of them. And you don't get educated for this. And you usually see people with a lot of privilege. Like activism is very much based on privilege sometimes, If you're holding down 3 jobs and you have lots of children, maybe you don't have time to do activism. So DISCO puts activism back where it belongs, which is the workplace. Because if you're going to spend 1/3 of your life at the workplace, you might as well do something useful there. So this is kind of like, how do we take over the world? Well, if you want a job to survive, how about your job actually changes the value systems that govern our everyday reality? So
Yeah.
let's open up the conversation. Let's see
Yeah.
what folks want to talk about.
So thank you both so much. I think that gave people an even clearer picture of what DISCO is doing and how to approach you. So there are some super interesting questions here in the chat, and I will just pick them one by one and pass it on to you. Let's get started with, let's just move straight to the beef with a question of, can you tell us a bit more what care work actually looks like in a DISCO?
Irene and I are like 2 people standing before a door, and we're like, "Please, you go first."
No, you go first.
Are you serious? No,
You go first. Yeah, I mean, my fear. I mean, I can go, but I'm going to be kind of like very, very practical. What care work means in terms of what we call community rhythms. Care is about looking after your colleagues, yeah, and care means taking it every day, sharing a little bit of how you feel, worrying or caring about a couple of other people that are kind of like closer to you. We have some processes to actually approach that. It's communication, it's being very clear and very transparent about what you're doing, how you're doing it, and then developing some rhythms around that. Being very respectful with your colleagues, very, very respectful, and encouraging people to do, their work better. I don't know, it's kind of like, it's the soft stuff. That's my take on care work. Taco?
Yeah, I mean, Ella mentioned Marilyn Waring, the famous author of If Women Counted in the late 80s. So what would happen if women counted? Would we live in a world governed by derivatives and high-frequency algorithmic trading? Would we live in a world where most blockchain design, I mean, the Ethereum community is 96% male, and the Bitcoin community is like 93%. So what other stuff counts? How about listening to people? How about all that labor which is invisibilized? How about the act of carrying a new human being in your belly for 9 months and then feeding that human being and caring about it? So all of these things are discounted in normative economics, and they're very much discounted in the whole blockchain DLT space. There was a movement in the 70s called Wages for Housework, and one of the leading figures was Silvia Federici, who also happens to be a very famous writer on the Commons. And Wages for Housework wasn't meant to be taken literally as like, I will put, like a taximeter. Every time I do the dishes, I'm going to get paid this much. No, it's how about you notice? How about you notice all the invisible work on the reproductive labor? Who's creating the little people? Who's creating the cogs in the machines? Normally, women. And women do not have the same opportunities. Women do not have the same cultural privileges that men have. People who do not look like me and have other colors in the skin do not have the same privileges. So how do we take all of these things into account when designing better and more realistic economic systems? There's another discipline that is famously absent from the blockchain space, apart from feminist economics, which is ecological economics. And you can talk about side chains and sharding all you want. The blockchain is clunky, it looks like crap, it works like crap, it's slow, it has a massive energetic toll. I mean, and we can talk more about blockchain because we think that there is a use for cryptographically validated transactions. What is the blockchain? The blockchain is kind of like not a consensus machine, but a consensus reality machine. The blockchain tells us this transaction was real. But, hey, Irene, I love you. How do I put my love for Irene or for Anne-Marie or for my dog, Cora, on the blockchain? Do I want to put everything on a smart contract? How fine-grained do we want to make smart contracts? I mean, do we want them at the quark level, just like little smart contracts, so like fine-grained? Not interested in that. And for example, I live in a village, and if I talk to people about the blockchain, they'll look at me like this, and this has been alluded to. They may feel stupid, but they're not stupid. Some of the more savvy ones will say, why? And this is a question we have to keep asking, why? DISCOs are designed to be federated after you have more than 20 people. Why? Because we want to create trust, the old school way. So instead of like a machine for consensus reality, and some blockchains proponents talk about, like the synchronized world computer. And to me, that is like the most fucking dystopian thing that I can think of. How about we learn to build trust with the people that you're working with? How about we go from trustless to trustworthy? But hey, now you have to transact with people whom you haven't had the privilege or space to build trust. Love is infinite, but attention isn't. Then, hey, maybe instead of going through a central bank, blah, 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 we can put this in the blockchain. But we'd like to introduce this word that is very absent from the blockchain space called sufficiency. Enough is enough. Use blockchains judiciously. And use blockchains understanding what they do, what they cannot do, and what they could do, combined with deep and machine learning and artificial intelligence, which, if we want to go down the dystopian rabbit hole, I'd be glad to talk about that too.
There's a question that probably fits quite well to that, and the question is, could you explain the love work more in detail and the accounting system or / validation of the quality within the DISCO on how love work is valued and accepted?
Yeah, sure. So for those not familiar, love work means pro bono work or voluntary work. So pro bono is a term that is usually heard in law circles. I'm a prestigious lawyer, but I'm also an activist, and these people are being unfairly put on trial. I will offer them my services for free. That is pro bono work. And guerrilla translation is a good example. So in guerrilla translation, the humans translate, yeah? And, we choose, say that Ella writes this really interesting article, yeah? And we say, hey, we'd like to translate that. So we translate it, and for free, it's voluntary. We just give it away. But because translation is by nature tokenized, because prices for translation are based on, the number of words of an article, we will write down in our ledger, not a blockchain ledger, but another kind, such and such person did this translation for a value of, let's say, 100 euros. Yeah? Okay, fine. So that is kept. Then Ruth comes along and say, hey, total transparency, the Arts Council has given us some funding and we need to translate stuff from the hologram into Spanish. What a great idea, by the way. So we say, okay, hey, you got funding, cool, because we need some of that sweet fiat money that still has to be used day to day. So we will give Ruth a quote, which let's say it's 100 euros. Okay, so we do the translation and we send the translation over, and then Ruth pays us 100 euros. 25 of those euros will go to fulfill the voluntary work, the love credits. To use an example, say that you're a DISCO and you're a veterinary clinic. You're taking care of animals, yeah? So, people come, hey, get my dog vaccinated, whatever, but we want to neuter, I don't know, stray cats, okay? And no one's paying for it. So we do that voluntarily. We do that as pro bono work, as love work, because we love it. But because we have clients coming in, the capital that is raised by the goods and services offered, in this case by the co-op, by the DISCO co-op, is redistributed and it's paid back. So there's always, I hate game theory, but there's always an extrinsic motivation to do the stuff that you want to do, and it's part of the craft. If you're a translator, if you're a musician, if you're an artist, sometimes you want to do art not just because someone pays you to do exactly that kind of art, but the things that are closer to you. That's love work. It's also worth mentioning care work. For care work, there's like a dynamic rate, which means if you're working for 30 hours a week in DISCO and everybody else that is working the same number of hours has done 5 hours of care work, everything is flat. Everyone gets paid according to this pro bono and kind of like agency work thing. But if some people are doing most of the care work, which again historically has mostly been done by women, and other people are doing all the talks, all the stuff, and the writing, and we actually compensate the people who are doing that care work more than the other people. It's this kind of, it's not exactly a tax, but like David Byrne, I think, talking about music is about dancing, about architecture, talking about distributed cooperative economics in the abstract is quite difficult. So we have plenty of resources for you to check out. Irene, do you want to say anything else about the love work?
Yeah, I mean, I think the interesting part of the model is actually putting it into practice. So the examples that Stako was giving are easy to understand and are tried and tested. When a group of people comes to us and start asking those difficult questions, help us deploy the model, help us do this. In many cases, they underestimate the amount of time that it takes just to make it something practical and something that everybody is happy with. I don't know if this makes sense. Because one thing is the theory of the 3 strands of work, deciding what is care for this community or what is love for that community is part of the process. And then the weights of those loves for that particular organization, it's also something that the group needs to decide. So putting this into practice is a really good exercise, but it is a difficult exercise. And what we want to get is as many labs as possible up and running, because DISCO will have 1,000 instantiations, when the time comes, for different types of businesses and for different types of business models. That's.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that explanation. I would like to steer a little bit towards legal frameworks and organizational design, because we have people here in the chat. There is a person from Chile, for instance, asking how to develop a DISCO in their own environment, in their own cities. So there are a couple of questions relating to that, and maybe we can just pin it down with this one question coming in that asks, I would like to know what legal structures and frameworks do DISCOs use or can use, and what happens when the law obstructs or does not recognize DISCO's initiatives. I mean, did you ever come across a collective that wanted to become a DISCO not being recognized legally? Has that ever been part of your experience so far?
I mean, most of them, because, I mean, for example, like the cooperative law in Spain is federal. And here's the thing, if we set up a profit-making corporation that is exploiting people on the planet, we will get really big tax breaks. So, the system is actually punishes co-ops. We would have like a much better system that actually rewarded work that was socially and environmentally relevant. So we get that a lot. If you're familiar with cooperatives, there's 7 cooperatives principles, but this doesn't mean that they're being followed. And actually, one of the interesting things about the DLT/blockchain space, even though they're different, is that, so, we can have like a number of like legal statutes, and then we can do what we want, and we can have these really nice cooperative principles, and then we can forget about it. But if you're doing value tracking, and if you're tracking your values, you can actually hold yourself accountable on a way that may not be legally binding now, but it's kind of like a non-agreement. And I mean, a lot of the things, one of the things that distinguishes DISCOs from DAOs is that it's about visibility. It's not about smart contracts auto-executing themselves because you're such a genius that you've predicted like every single economic interaction that's going to happen, just the way that you predicted COVID 2 years ago, whatever. And reality is a lot more sly. What DISCO gives you, the DISCO deck, which is the value tracking software, it gives you a view of that economic reality. And that economic reality is not the mainstream economic reality. It interfaces with it, but it has what we call value sovereignty, meaning we're valuing this love work, we are valuing this care work. If you're in Chile, really interesting political situation in Chile, going back 40 years, we could say. one of the things, I think that the commons is really relevant here, because the commons is about specificity. Someone in the chat said, like if you think that if you don't agree with game theory, then you don't agree with reality. And I disagree with that vision of reality, because if the only intrinsic motivation is self-preservation, that to me is a neo-Darwinist reading. And I say neo-Darwinist because if you actually read Darwin, there's as much collaboration as there is competition in nature. And we're the outliers. Who's creating the sixth mass extinction? Is it the corporators, or is it a system that is very much predicated on game theory? Against game theory, we have the commons, which is based on deep relationality and specificity. So our DISCO, like our co-op, is in Spain. The cooperative legislation in Chile, in Berlin, in Zimbabwe is going to be different, but as cooperators, we will share common challenges. So it's a conversation. It's like, these are the resources we have, but you have to do the hard work yourself. Here's something like you see in the blockchain, like there's the great funder, who usually doesn't come from poverty and from other places which are not North America or Europe. And, it's like a one-person show, and it's all about decentralization. Well, for DISCOs, it takes two to tango, but I would say that it takes like 4 or 5 to DISCO. You have to go through the difficult, messy stuff of working out your values with people. And you may find that it's not just game theory, that it's not just the technical assumptions of mainstream economics. And you alluded to, Ella, during the 2008 crisis. During 2011, we had, like the Mario Montis, and we had like the technocrats take over. And people were being told, no, economics is too complicated. Economics, like oikos, which is like the management of the household. So if our household is the planet Earth, how about we learn to manage it and not just to leave it in the hands of others? Because frankly, it's not working out. And if we keep going in this trajectory, it's not going to work out. And if our great decentralized systems are more about the decentralized finance, but not about the economics of it all, we're not doing much. And you may have like a really good feel-good project, but how many blockchain projects are still working? How many blockchain projects are giving people, practical alternatives? So,
okay.
Just wanted to add, Elas, if you allow me, just a comment, and two comments actually. I said at the beginning that one of the things that we are actually proactively looking funding for in the area of research is precisely these legal forms, mapping legal forms that can actually be more amenable to deploy a DISCO. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like the big picture and the high level comment, but and it's not. It is an important piece of work that we want to do and we will do. Looking for funding for that too. So if anybody has any ideas. But one example that has taken place here in the Basque Country, and we know of from our colleagues at CBS and Mondragon University and Corporation, is that the legislation here has changed, like in the last month, to allow for limited societies and anonymous societies to actually move towards a cooperative. So that wasn't allowed before in the legislation. So an ordinary company wants to move to a cooperative, now is the law kind of like allows it, yeah? And that is, I understand our colleagues there tell us that is a first in the world. So we hope that that is something that we can also promote from the foundation, because that is the type of work that the organization that we want to launch and to make sustainable will do that. We'll fight those fights and will try to influence for that those ideas to change, yeah, and those legal forms to evolve, to host itself.
Yeah, thank you, Irene. I'd like to come back to this nice quote that Stacco just dropped. It takes 2 to tango, but 4 to 5 to disco. So apparently people have liked it. They're referencing it in the chat, and that brings me to the federation, because that's one of the basic components of a disco. But federation is also something that I'm sure not everyone has a clear picture of what that actually means. So how does federation take place within DISCOs? Can you give a few examples of how that can work?
Do you want to go for it, Irene?
No, you go, please. You go first.
So federation is one of the key ingredients of the cooperative principles, but it's not done very much. I think it was Ella that mentioned, how disaster capitalism is capitalizing on the COVID crisis, and we have Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Apple, and Facebook. The market cap in 2018 was $3 trillion US. The total the market cap of cooperatives worldwide the same year was $3 trillion US. So, co-ops like this small thing, whatever, they actually have massive economic powers. In the last 2 years, the market cap of MAGAF, of the big guys, and their guys usually, has actually gone up to like 4.8, capitalizing on this crisis. But it's not too late. So imagine that instead of like getting your shit from Amazon because you can't leave the house, in Jeff Bezos's like Blue Origin drone, whatevs, you get it from a DISCO. And that that DISCO is actually doing voluntary work, which is good for the community. How about the town council or the government notices things and say, hey, these people from the DISCO, they have economic data that they're actually solving the pollution problem in the river. So how about we tax them less? So that's more the policy aspect, which you can find in the DISCO elements. The federation is about mutual recognition and resonance. It's not so much about cryptocurrencies, even though that could be a component in kind of like value tracing, value exchange, but in just doing solidarity networks. And again, like imagine that if all co-ops worldwide neutralize 15% of that 3 trillion, in earnings, the things that we could do. And this is how we take over the world. This is distributed cooperative economics. It's based on modularity, meaning if we have a shared lexicon while allowing for total diversity, when we talk about all these funny words like the DISCO, the love work, the community rhythms, we have like all these little concepts which you can find in the DISCO wiki. It allows us to recognize each other. And when people say, oh, the commons is too hard, or all this stuff is so new, it's like, honey, we've been listening to 41 years of bullshit neoliberal language. The risk premium. The thing like, please explain to me high frequency algorithmic trading. This is the peak of computing right now, not the blockchain, but derivatives. And yeah, we talk about, decentralized finance, but yeah, how about what they're doing with technology, with real finance? Because, that is the money, those are the investments from the likes of HSBC and Goldman Sachs who are investing in the blockchain and artificial intelligence at the same time. So to quote Rage Against the Machine, if we're name dropping Marilyn Waring, etc., we need to take the power back. And we don't need to take the power back through a vanguard party or a charismatic leader. We need to take the power back through our workplaces, through our relationships. And learning about the commons can give us a new view on reality. There's a term used in the commons called enclosure, which means, it's typically used for land. It's like, the government takes over this land for factories, so you cannot provide your own food for yourself. You have to work as wage labor. The biggest enclosure is of the imagination, and we are living in apocalyptic times, meaning like this is the time of revelations. We're living through an apocalypse right now, which, talk about dystopian sci-fi. And, our behavior and the behavior of our governments around economics during COVID doesn't really set up us really well for climate change. If the ECB can print trillions for the banks, why can't they print trillions for cooperatives that actually do things which are good for people? Someone in the chat mentioned economies of scale. How about economics of scope? How much scale do we need? Because scaling, which is another hot potato in the blockchain world, means we take something small and we make it bigger. And we don't care about what's in the path of this scaling because our idea is so good. And this is the mentality of colonialism. So we're kind of like replicating those same technologies that have led us to this really, really, really bad place. If you go to the DISCO elements, there's a chapter on federation, and we're building it small. We're talking around with all the labs, we want to, like Irene says, and to have sufficient resources for there to be more labs. And we don't know how the DISCO story ends. We don't know if it's going to be successful, but no one knows. No one knows what the future holds. But if we hold it together and if we hold each other, it will be a better one. And this is not hippie bullshit. This is survival, because we're in a very, very, very critical moment. But it's also a way of offering you hope in ways which, through the research and stuff, we want to validate. But despite all the research and all the footnotes, the proof is in the pudding. And can you disco dance? Can you relate to people in this new economic and distributed way? If you can, get back to us. If you can't, get back to us. But let's keep the conversation going.
Thank you. Yeah, while we are moving towards the end of our conversation, I try to maybe couple up a number of questions, and some of them touch down on a critique against the blockchain. And so I can imagine you ran quite often. You came across a question where people asked you, all your ideas are great, but why do you need the blockchain for? Given the huge environmental issues, impact, etc., etc. So there have been questions and criticism around that in the chat as well, and maybe you just wanna talk a little bit about that as well.
Just a comment. I mean, I just want to start by saying that I hope this is clear for everybody that is listening, and that will be listening in the future. The technology here supports the people and their values and the way they want to actually work and do whatever they want to do. Yeah. So it's not a tech-centric approach. It's not. And the technologies here are here to be useful and practical. Yeah. Stako, please go continue. You continue.
So let's go. I mean, the technology that we're developing for value tracking is based on Commons PAB/Bonfire, which is part of Activity PAB, which is the federated protocol. And frankly, I'm way more interested in the Fediverse, in IPFS, in secure scuttlebutt than in blockchains. Blockchains, cryptographic, hashtag validation is really good when you want to establish something that, we'll see what happens with quantum computing, but cannot be hacked. But, within your co-op, everyone knows what you did because, you validated that work. And we actually see a mixture of blockchains being used judiciously for those interactions which are truly trustless. While maybe you're developing like a process of trust. But it doesn't matter if it's proof of stake or proof of work. Again, the blockchain kind of assumes that you get I should say more like DAOs, assume that you get the math right in all the smart contracts. And there's this strategy and we'll just make smaller and smaller, more fine-grained smart contracts, and they'll be able to react in real time. And here's the most complex machine. Not in my head. I'm stupid. There's people way smarter than me. But we all have this incredibly complex machinery, bioelectrical machinery over here, which actually works much better using this thing that we have over here to talk and listen to each other. Before we talk about value, let's talk about values, and then we can have a conversation about value. I think that also, for those more interested in specifically the blockchain space and DAOs, I think that a DISCO process will give you a much better understanding of other traditions in decentralization and distributed system, which can inform the design of your DAOs. And maybe you say, well, instead of a DAO, it could be a DISCO, maybe we should do an article of the 15 or the 150 differences between DAOs and DISCOs. Can DISCOs work with DAOs? Yes. And here's the thing about modularity. So say that all our interactions are recorded in the Fediverse, yeah? But then we interact with an entity that we haven't built that trust. That transaction goes in the blockchain, but our own internal economics, we can crunch that and compact that and put them on a public blockchain. When it's time to put on a public blockchain, it's like, I'm brushing my teeth, let me put it on the blockchain. Fuck off. Let's be serious and let's not be taken over by the hype. Because after 2013, 2014, can't remember when Ethereum started, Hello, has the world changed, or has the lives of a few people changed? And then we had the 2018 crash, and we've had the story about Archain, etc. So yeah, what happens with those that cannot afford to have like a crypto crash and can't pay the rent the next month? Those are the people that we're interested in.
I have a question for you towards the end of our session. What's next for DISCO? What are the next steps of development that are ahead of you? And how can people contribute to that? Where is help needed? Where do you, how can you use some community support? How can people connect?
We need coders and we need feminist coders. And we refuse to think that feminist coders are so rare. And, you know, we've attracted people who've said that they were feminists, but we're for real. I mean, and we're feminists, and in disco.coop, we're feminists and anti-capitalists. And, you know, you don't have to be a feminist anti-capitalist to be a disco, but by following the disco principles, you will be doing anti-capitalist and feminist actions. So, I mean, with coding, we do need more coders, we need more designers. But again, once we get, I mean, right now there's 12 of us. Once we get to like 18, 19, 20, we'll cap it off and we'll let other discos and other labs. And, you know, we're collaborating with Mondragon, we're collaborating with Informal System and Cosmos Networks, which I do think is the most interesting stuff in the blockchain. We're collaborating with people in the Fediverse. What's next? Irene can talk more about the DISCO Foundation, but just keep on doing it. We have the DISCO Pink Paper, yes, pink. We have audio books coming out for the DISCO Manifesto and the DISCO Elements, narrated by Anne-Marie, the co-author. We've got more infographics. I'm actually on holiday. I'm making an exception because I love Supermarket and I love MoneyLab. So maybe Irene has a better feel for what's going on and what's coming up the pipeline.
Yeah, well, as I said before, we are setting up the foundation, and we want that to be the channel for all of our activities and activities for the world, and to help other discos to emerge and be created. So we need help, and we can do with your help. So, and that is our message. I think we are very close to an end, and the point that Stako made in the last intervention about the imagination. We are trying to change the way people think about work. It's about trying to provide alternatives to imagine how work can be more fun, more comfortable, more caring, more a place where you want to be and where you want to develop yourself. And that is at the minute not something that we are taught to think or to feel. It's like this type of initiative is like not right. We believe it's right, and we believe is something that can be done and scaled, despite of being a horrible word, but federated is a better one. It's a better one. But reimagining the way we want to work with others is possible, and we are working on that direction.
Great. Hey, Irene and Stako, thank you so much. It was lovely having you. And what I can say from contributions in the chat and from what I could sense, I think it was a pleasure for many of the people that watch us right now to hear from you. And I'm sure we'll hear much more from you in the future. So thank you so much for being here, and enjoy the evening, enjoy the weekend, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Just one thing, if anyone has any questions about DISCO and stuff and wants to chat, you can write to us at hello@disco.coop. I mean, disco.coop, yes, we got the domain, and you can sign up to the newsletter. And Irene, when are we doing this community call?
The community call, the AMA, the Ask Me Anything. Yeah,
but it's ask, so it's
ask. You can come and ask questions. So we are launching the AMAs next month, and well, if you go and subscribe to the newsletter, you will get the date and time and link. That's the opportunity to meet the team and ask us like very specific questions.
Fantastic. Thank you both so much, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Wow, and now it's 7 p.m. CET here in Berlin, and we are just before a small transition we are going to do now, because we will now hop on the platform of our partners, Trust. They are based here in Berlin, and they have helped putting this amazing program together. And in the following hour, Arthur Roing-Beer, Callum Bowden, and I think also Joanna Pope are going to introduce themselves. They are going to talk about Trust, their space and their platform, and what makes it so special. And I'm super happy to give it, to just pass it on to you guys. And we will see each other in 1 hour from now back here to kick off the participatory sessions tonight. But for now, I just want to pass it on to Trust. Have fun.
Yeah, I think they're cutting over to us now from the MoneyLab center. And hi, dear MoneyLab viewers. you should now be able to see us.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. You should be able to see us and the floating key behind us. We are not that far away from the supermarket kind of studio in a small snuggly space called Trust. And we're going to in Schöneberg, and we're going to talk about trust. Oh yeah, and Callum, as part of the topic
Maybe
of...
say your name first.
Okay, sorry. My name is Arthur. I'm one of the co-organizers of Trust.
And I'm Callum. I'm
Callum,
the other co-organizer.
Yeah, Callum.
And I have a scheme today.
Yes. Callum is represented by the orb next to me. I don't know if you can see, he's moving his mouth.
You should be able to see a bit of movement
mouth
based
movement
on my mouth.
Yes, you could. It's a bit like the movie Flubber. I'm the, have you seen Flubber?
I'm not sure where this metaphor is going.
I don't know. Okay, let's go on. So you want to do this?
Yeah.
Okay, so you start reading. We're doing a little intro since the topic is narratives and infrastructures. Callum was very persistent that there were no narratives. So we're now doing a little narrative at the beginning.
To prove that we do narratives.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. So you should start.
The post-capitalist Hydra has a huge body with 9 heads, all immortal. As fast as one head is smashed, there grows up 2.
It's going to have to start with a head.
What comes after the head, or what happens when you grow so many that one can't dominate anymore?
A body without head, or an organism with many.
Guillotines for organizations and org charts with more heads than a Hydra.
Okay.
See, Arthur, it wasn't so bad.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So, we've already talked about who we are. Ella Kagel introduced us with Joanna Pope as well, who is unfortunately extremely jet-lagged right now and hopefully watching this from under her duvet cover.
In her dreams.
In her dreams, she's watching this. We want to give a huge shout out to Joanna. Without her, this project wouldn't be possible. Yeah.
We have quite a bit to get through today.
Yeah. So
we're going to talk about trust. And if questions come up as we're talking, please feel free to post them in the chat. We'll be looking at both the YouTube and the Twitch.
Yeah.
And we can have a conversation if there are things that aren't clear or if questions come up. To start, I'm going to set the scene, the context from which trust emerges. So material culture is fundamental to being a Homo sapien. Art, design, the stories we tell, the metaphors we use become the basis of realities. And these art and design practices create and build imaginative ways of imagining society and creating new possibility spaces. But in the 20th century and through modernism, there was this universalizing practice where everything became decontextualized. Design and art was removed from its social context. Looking towards the 1960s avant-garde, we want to avoid the ways that their attempts to conceive of new collaborative possibilities and ways of working together and multidisciplinary creative practice that brought together science, technology with art and design. We really don't want to do the same that they did in kind of purifying out the political and having the work based on a kind of unviable definition of the public, this kind of vague and abstract notion of the public, which just produces this kind of like universal effect. So we feel there's an unavoidable need to reunite economics, politics, and the social imaginary, to consider inclusive labor relations, redistributive economics, and put humans back into relation with natural worlds. The contemporary art market and speculative design, which are kind of the two contexts which Arthur and I had our kind of education in, are stuck in discursive loops where the political is rendered as an aesthetic. People are very good at talking about problems, but less good at thinking about alternatives or making proposals about alternatives. And so from this, trust emerges, the many-headed hydra, heads pulling in different directions, but with a single body, a single heartbeat, and a shared metabolism. So trust we describe as a collective project for the research, development, and maintenance of shared infrastructures and imaginaries. We support the emergence of creative practices that use critique to create narratives and aesthetics that are tied to infrastructure and their externalities. We're interested in play for how it provides creative practitioners with the means to engage with, test, and develop technologies, economics, and public policies. We see games as low-risk environments that provide affordances for emergent collective behaviors while being open to unexpected outcomes. And our ambition is to link publics and kind of rethink publics in a grounded and situated way around groups. So linking publics and value to situated groups and contexts. We start from 25 Klickstrasse in Berlin-Schöneberg. This is the kind of basis of our project and our community and the group of people that all of our work is done with and for. And the project is about spawning collective research, communication, tools, and ownership models, which we'll go into in more detail now.
So thank you for that context, Callum, and thank you again for forcing me to read the thing. As Callum said, we're in a space in Schöneberg. We took over the space in 2017. And how it works is, or how it used to work, is that it's there's a public program and it's a space for lectures, workshops, and reading groups that is funded by a shared workspace of people that work together from this address. We set out quite early to always have good documentation and kind of good communication of what happens in the space. And the space kind of was designed in that way as well, almost becoming like a TV studio for streams like this. And these were kind of the first steps towards maybe this monster that you're seeing in front of you right now, and for bad and for good and for worse. And the project at Klugstrasse also includes a library called the Cybernetics Library, which is maintained by Sam Hart, which is the Berlin version of a New York library at Prime Produce, which is part of the infrastructure here. We also quite early made sure that our website had all the videos on it, and we started like building this web presence and started sharing maybe some of the discourse that was going on here. That was kind of the first step of trust, I would say. As a next step, we started thinking about, okay, what if there now is this network around trust and people working from here, how can we facilitate collaborative research between all these individuals and their interesting practices, ranging from ecology to design, to research, to developers, and much more. And we started a residency program where a number of invited people would work from the workspace and research around specific topics. The first one was on
fully automated
luxury
blank.
Playing with the idea of fully automated luxury communism. That's also how we met Joanna for the first time, which is a nice little origin story. And we also investigated the topic of the European stack in one residency, which is about this newfound claim for digital sovereignty by Europe and the, let's say the least problematic colonial tendencies that are expressed there, but also
trying to problematize.
Yeah, problematize those colonial tendencies, but also kind of point towards, are there any good futures that could be implied by this this move from the European Commission to want to develop their own digital infrastructures. We're going to jump through this stuff pretty quickly to be able to fit it into the time slot. So buckle up. The next thing we're going to talk about quickly is we did a research group called the Trucking and Labor Research Group, where 6 researchers looked into trucking automation, decarbonization, and digitization, and basically looked at speculative proposals of how new mechanics or ideas could be developed, speculative design projects, to help truckers and other workers in logistical infrastructure navigate these shifts of the industry. All this stuff is on our website if you're interested. And we also started playing more with the stream formats, and kind of with our interest in infrastructures and our interest in game, started thinking about the streams as potential ways to explore game mechanics as part of them. And this show called Plotting went on for, I don't know how long. How long?
It's like 2 months.
2 months. With Steph Oltreuil. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. And it kind of set another step towards spawning social communication formats. And it's important to note here that until now, most of the activity of Trust was around the physical space. And then the pandemic hit, and it was pretty clear that our physical space was no longer viable as the main hub for this research and discourse. And as it became very clear that we need to find an alternative, and what we did was we started a Discord, a chat forum, which now I would say is the main hub for what goes on at Trust. There are many that have done this, especially in the podcast communities and things like that. There are a lot of Discords, but we've explored it in our own way. And something that was always important to us was that we also are not dependent on too many other platforms. Of course, Discord is in itself a Silicon Valley startup, and we'll talk more about that in the end. But we set up our own membership and a payment system. And basically, as it works today, everything kind of gravitates around the Discord. And the Discord itself is mainly focused on having time-based events, which are reading groups, Twitch streams, which originate in the Discord, and a new format called Sandbox. And I'll explain those quickly. The reading group we are doing is led by Joanna Pope, and happens every 2 weeks. It's for Discord members only, and texts are selected based on our 6 or 5 research themes. And often people from the Discord join as co-hosts, and it's a discussion-based format. We also have done more stream experiments, including me, among other things. And we're more and more interested in the idea of modeling economic mechanisms inside the streams themselves. This stream, for example, has a game show element in it, and you can spin to win, I would say, ridiculous prizes. And it was a way for us to test interactivity and economic mechanisms as part of kind of building out more collective social formats. And then third, one thing we're working on right now, and there's been only 4 so far, is to do a completely Discord native format, which is only in voice chat and text chat, where people from our Discord present their work, and there's a discussion around it. And what we aim to do with this is really try out that people just sign up, and this happens on a kind of self-going, community-initiated scale. Those are 3 experiments in social and collective formats that we're doing. And we've also started adding bots. This is the Cybernetics Library bot, which was developed by Sean-La Pham. And it's also in the MoneyLab Discord, actually, since I think a few days. And it's a way to activate the books that are in the library. It has different functions, and we're trying to build that out more. And we're also interested in the idea of making these bots characters more and more, if we can. So that's everything I have on this part.
From the experiments we were doing with Discord and with Twitch, we came to understand there was a need for new tools and communication platforms. Discord is still an extractive American web platform, and Amazon owns Twitch, but we're not able to kind of cut our reliance yet. We're interested in ways of pulling people from the platforms that we're using into new infrastructure, and we've started doing some experiments in collaboration with different partners, building digital tools that enable new forms of collective research and new types of social experiences. So this is a project called Milieu, which we originally produced for HKV, and it's an events and exhibition platform that was specifically made for the Shape of a Practice, which was part of their Anthropocene curriculum concluding event. And it included 100 case studies from different research groups around the world that are researching the Anthropocene. And we built, again, a kind of online game for negotiating the classification of information. You could pick up the different pieces of the archive, move them around the map, put things into new constellations with each other, and also each piece of information had a lifespan. So after it was viewed 10 times, it would respawn in the center and somebody else would have to think about where to put it. This is, again, kind of ambitions of the project that we're continuing to develop as an open source project that already has been used by iBeam in New York and the Post-Rational Foundation. And our ambition is to think about what a shared infrastructure for cultural institutions and creative practice could look like. We don't think it's necessary for every project space, art institution, and museum to create digital solutions to shared problems, and rather should find ways of sharing code and sharing platforms that also present an alternative to the Silicon Valley corporations. And Milieu is our first attempt at doing this, and we're continuing to develop it going forward. We're also bringing this way of approaching infrastructure to the Avatar project, which Arthur can talk about.
Yeah, so the project is, I would say, not only led, but heavily dependent and carried by the sweat of GVN, who is developing, who's behind
Us right now.
behind us right now. He's in front of us.
Technically in front.
Yes, but very much the most important person in this project, and it's about experimenting with non-human and collective representations of in stream formats, but it's also about, as I said earlier, about the experimentation with tokens, with game mechanics, with new ways of building interactive formats using Unreal Engine.
And also around placemaking.
Yeah.
And creating a social environment, a 3D virtual social environment for live streams.
Mm-hmm. I think that's better than I said it. Almost.
Wah wah.
Yeah.
This project is called Signet, which is by Black Swan, which I'll talk about in a moment, and with the designer Leif Benkeda. And Signet is a digital tool that facilitates decentralized data governance, common ownership, and revenue sharing for creative communities. It's a multi-voting app that allows voters to distribute voting credits across a range of proposals. And it's kind of responding to a need at Trust specifically for there to be governance layers on how resources and opportunities are distributed, and to use a multi-voting system to kind of get beyond this one vote, one person blocker. And we're also planning to build a bot that can bring aspects of the voting process into our Discord community and eventually whatever platform we end up using.
Which brings us to the next point of collective ownership. I think that we have this larger goal that as we're starting to figure out more and more stuff we're doing and have more and more projects and hopefully have more membership fees to allocate, we have for a while and are looking at ways to structure the governance, maintenance of these projects, and how we distribute the funds in a democratic way. The Black Swan team, which Callum is part of, has been running some experiments in that direction. So maybe you can talk about that.
So Black Swan is a collective with Laura Lochte and Penny Rafferty. We're going to talk more about the findings of our research tomorrow at 5:30 as part of MoneyLab. But to give a bit of context, Black Swan aims to rethink the ways that resources are distributed within the art world and to create a collective fund governed by creative practitioners. And in January, as part of the DAO series, which we were very thankful to be supported by Furtherfield, the Goethe Institute, and Serpentine Galleries, we tested 3 different decision-making mechanisms within a working group of 10 trust members. We tested quadratic voting, a multi-voting system. We tested one person, one vote with emojis that worked directly in the trust Discord. And we also tested a lottery. And we were very interested to find from the feedback that participants preferred quadratic voting. They preferred having the ability to express multiple preferences for things. They didn't like the lottery, I think partially because of the reduction of agency it gave over decision making. And kind of based on these findings, we're building Signet to bring these insights directly to the governance tool that Trust will use, and eventually many other communities will be able to use as we open source it. And yeah, so we'll talk more about that with Laura Lotti tomorrow at 5:30.
As part of, as a kind of result of those experiments and this kind of ambition for giving over stake, I would say, of trust to people that are financially contributing, we have a number of aims for the next steps of trust. And the steps, the aims are basically to, well, this is the most basic one, to cover the operational cost of the space and infrastructure, to remunerate members for their work put into projects. And this is already happening, but the accounting for this is proving to be quite difficult. And we hope to find ways to make the accounting easier, to automate some of these processes, and to make sure that there is clear attribution as part of that. We want to create a data commons to pool the infrastructures, imaginaries, and metadata related to projects, and generally the knowledge produced within Trust as a kind of shared resource that is owned by the members. And we want to build governance mechanisms which can make all active members collective owners of Trust long term. And this, of course, all sounds great. And I think we are really looking forward to discussing specifically these things with the MoneyLab audience. We will, at the end of this, we will kind of talk about the mechanism or some of the tensions we have in mind that we need to be explored, and we will publish a kind of work in progress document on drafts on this, and we'll send these also to the Trust community for feedback at a later stage. But there are certain risks that come with this idea of a shared governance and ownership models, and we don't. I mean, this is pretty far back, but the idea of a practice-based interest group that defends its own interest and builds up assets has happened many times before, and there is this tension between internal versus external community interest. How do we balance the idea of defending the interest of our members with the idea of building infrastructure that can be used by others and be useful to others? And a very good example of this is also in Berlin, how the collectively owned property companies now are voting against public interest in new regulations for the property market, for example. There's a precedent that organizations, even if they are collectively owned, do not have any connection to public interest as part of their kind of driving force. And we're very interested in looking at how to do that. We already now have ways to increase representation within the Trust member group. And I think that the way we will approach it is on the basis of licensing, open source licensing, or certain permissive licenses, especially looking at things like the Copy for Left license developed by Telekommunisten, provide potentially interesting examples on how to both kind of develop projects that are in the interest of a community while allowing a somewhat permissive membrane to outside and certain institutions that are in line with this idea of public infrastructure, shared infrastructure, and yeah. So that's one of the tensions. And it's also worth pointing out that these tensions the internal versus community, or the internal versus public interest, access versus exclusion, and some more will be discussed tomorrow at the panel, the 2-hour social tokens panel, which will also happen here on our Twitch and on the MoneyLab YouTube. Another tension that exists when designing these systems that we are kind of struggling with or navigating, I would say, is the idea of access versus exclusion. We have currently a pay-to-enter member model, which funds a large part of what we do. And that's how you basically, we give people access to the Discord in return for a monthly subscription. The problem is that you get only people that are economically stable or have a guaranteed economic an income to be part of your community. So what we're doing now is giving free memberships to people that ask and basically say that they're not in an economic position. But
No questions asked.
there's no questions asked here. But we also have to, as the project potentially scales up, how do we deal with this issue?
As you bring in governance
Yeah.
to collective funds,
Yeah.
then how do you negotiate different ways of contributing to a project without false incentives or like incentivizing certain types of behavior that ultimately don't contribute to the project?
And then this is maybe one of the hardest ones, is when do we cut our umbilical cord to Discord and Twitch? I think that we very clearly, we know that the platform that we use currently are, they're part of financial structures which we can fundamentally not support on an ideological level. They also are designed for very general audiences in mind. They are designed under a universalizing principle, and we can't actually customize any of the functionality. And what we need instead is a platform or platforms or protocols that tie the tools for the collective development of social imaginaries to shared ownership and decision-making models as part of the platform itself. And they need to integrate data commons. They need to enable customization, and they need to enable play with the tools themselves. And what we're kind of poking at here is the need for either the blockchain space to become much more easy to
Accessible.
much more accessible, or we need to develop our own stuff, or we need to work with people to develop basically this for trust, which is a combination of events-based chat, which is similar to the Discord. There are dates and people discuss and stream, and there are different social formats. We need some kind of video integration. We need bots and games. We need a data commons that is collectively owned or governed by the members. We need decision-making tools, and we need simplified accounting to make sure that people can be paid for their contributions or rewarded in some way.
Also to cut down the costs of accounting and bureaucracy.
Yeah, the maintenance cost of this whole thing. And I think this is kind of a good last slide for where we are right now. We are basically we are running I would say somewhat successful, at least for its scale. There's about 120 active paying members and around, I would say, 200 in total that are part of this. We're doing a bunch of stuff, and now we are in the process of formalizing a lot of the ideas of shared ownership, governance, and community ownership. And I think that as a next step, we hope to have much more conversations around this as part of the Trust Discord, and we're doing these these two more events during the MoneyLab conference. There are some questions that have been coming in. Okay, so I think, do you want to go Twitch first or YouTube first?
There were some good questions on YouTube that we can start with.
Yeah. Okay, I'll read them out. I'd like to hear more about Milieu. How many versions have you made? Where can we see them? Is it currently available for people to use? Do you want me to answer that?
Well, we've made 3 versions.
Yes.
One for HKV's The Shape of a Practice, one for the Post-Rational Foundation, and one for iBeam. And in terms of seeing them, I think the HKV one is offline now. We can share a link to the Post-Rational Foundation, and if the iBeam one is still online, I'm not sure, we can also share it. We're still in the process of documenting it. We have limited time resources and everything is, we're in the process of trying to make it more available.
Yeah.
If you'd be interested in using it, send us an email at info@trust.support and we can get back to you about it.
Yeah, I think the idea is to make it available as a general purpose kind of spatialized middleware. So that kind of is a spatialized version of different chats, or can be used for group chats or conferences to kind of spatialize the experience. And we're now working on scoping out which kind of protocols, chat protocols and video services do we want or need to be compatible with, and we want to offer a bunch of open source or decentralized versions as part of that. And kind of and what's interesting about Milieu, which we didn't mention, is that it works on image-based input only. So you basically can customize everything, and you just upload images of all the avatars, of the maps, and I think, or we think, this is a good way to kind of allow smaller communities or fan communities or whatever to be able to build their own worlds. Okay, the next is, how do you find community authority in your community pooling around specific people despite attempts to share it widely? I think we have quite distinct role division on, like, there are paid facilitators within Trust. And then there is, I mean, I think Ruth mentioned the structuralistness.
The tyranny of structuralistness.
It's not that bad, but I mean...
Well, I mean, it's not a decentralized project right now. Our goal is to lead towards decentralization, or towards the distribution of decision-making and governance and ownership. But at the moment, it's very much decided by me, Arthur, and Joanna for things regarding the Discord, and then all of the sub-projects that we do involve collaborators who have agency within those projects, but maybe not towards the whole project in its current formation. But this is what we're aiming towards.
So there's 2 questions from the Twitch chat as well. One is on if we tried Mastodon. I think I poked around with it. Aaron, would you recommend it as something we should look more into? I think a next step is also, we started with this, but I think it would also be something good to share, is like start comparing, maybe doing a little report on the different available tooling for exactly what we have on screen right now. It seems like what we actually need is a accessible kind of middleware UI layer, combining a bunch of existing good ideas in a way that like pulls them together. That would be my intuitive guess, but we need to do more research on this, especially on decentralized chat protocols, on decentralized video streaming, and also about timing, when to cut off the umbilical cord to the life-giving yet slightly strangling, malnourishing platforms that we're so reliant on and are streaming on right now.
There's an unfortunate feature of Silicon Valley platforms that they work well. So how to ensure that whatever alternative we offer is accessible. And accessibility was something that was also interesting with regards to the Milieu project, because when we designed it at first, we were just trying to get the interaction that we wanted. And it wasn't very accessible. And then with iBeam, there was a real emphasis on thinking about how to meet accessibility requirements, which is more the direction we want to take things going forward.
There's another question. Do you see trust scaling as a single entity? Or maybe stay with small local chapters, which might end up sharing infrastructure? I mean, this is a great question and something we discuss a lot. I think that we see trust as part of a potential network of other, and I wouldn't say, I mean, spaces here, we would mean with digital spaces, so they don't need to be all bound by the same local context, while many might be, that share infrastructure, and digital infrastructure or technical infrastructure, and then have their own kind of governance, data commons, and systems, or often their own cultures or narratives or lore as part of these digital, I don't know what to call them. Digital communes is something we've used.
We throw out a lot of words all the time and have a lot of internal dialogue about the best words to use.
Yeah.
But also just thinking about the ways that shared stories and means of representation form the basis of different social groups, and thinking about how actually people could have a stake in these canons or in these like shared mythologies that they also own and govern, is something that's interesting to us. And so not thinking of trust as a singular entity, but rather something that could share its tools and approaches with other groups that share similar interests or would like the features, but maybe don't share the stories.
I also think that one thing that is interesting to this point of if it's part of a network, there is the idea of executional theory, and if we start building these different institutions or whatever we want to call them, digital communes, what is the substrate between them, and can they similarly to the goal that we have for public institutions, pooling money into shared resources, what do the mechanisms look like for sharing research development time and funds between these different institutions themselves? And I think that is a super interesting question, and that is all part of the next step.
And goes back to the issue of access and exclusion and internal and external community interests.
Yeah. Are there any more questions? We have about 15 minutes. I think we can cut over to the MoneyLab team at some point as well. But
if anyone else has questions.
Do we want to talk about anything else?
Please join us.
Yes.
Check out our website. There's more information there. We have a mailing list. There are links to our email address there and to join the Discord.
Do you want to talk about what goes on the newsletter?
What goes on in the newsletter?
Well, we send out what goes on. Well, we had this newsletter. I mean,
it's a pretty nice newsletter.
It's a pretty good newsletter. I think it's one of our better things. So
we kind of started as a newsletter, which we didn't talk about. We were just a newsletter.
Yeah, we were
about some nice links.
Yeah, we were a link list in the beginning.
Trust has been many things.
Yes. Here, okay. Gnargle says, protocols are institutions and every protocol shapes a sort of communication that can facilitate. So the stack is about as important as it gets.
This is exactly the point that we were also trying to make at the beginning, which is that there's a need to think about new socio-political and economic structures, but the distribution mechanisms that we have, whether it's the contemporary art white cube, speculative design, or a Silicon Valley social media company, they all shape what this possibility can be and reduce its potential. And so we're interested in tying the protocols of communication to the content of what's being communicated to build more equitable economic relations.
Yeah, I think that's a good ending. A good ending sentence. I think we should.
I think we're done.
I think we're done. I'm gonna ask the MoneyLab team if they want to switch over. While they do, if there are any more questions, what people should join Trust. I think it's right now it's two groups that are interested.
Well, there's like ways of joining.
Yeah.
There's subscribing to the newsletter where you can find out about what we're doing and stay involved and interested and hear about other opportunities to participate. Whereas the Discord, I think that it's hard to onboard people to Discord who haven't used Discord before. But we have 6 research channels. So we're kind of somewhat shaping the discussion around certain themes. The first being play and active forms, which is looking at games, simulation, but also this idea of moving beyond objects to think about verbs and systems and somebody's using the game mechanics in the Twitch.
Yeah, trying it.
Sadly, there's no role this week. So yeah, play and active forms. We have climate, we have labor, new stack, world building and aesthetics, and 2 channels, like local channels, one for Berlin and one for London.
Yeah, and then we have temporary channels, which are around topics that people are interested in discussing deeper that do not fit into the research channels. And there's a lot of conversation around different types of knowledge tooling currently. So yeah, I think there's 2 ways to participate, either being really interested in the, or 3 ways, I would say. One is really being interested in the kind of research or themes that are discussed at Trust. Another one is being interested in the experiments that we are going to venture on in terms of like governance and collective ownership. And then third is just because you want to support us and become a member for that reason. And through that help fund the development of our projects and the maintenance of the infrastructures and the spaces we build. So I think that's it. And we want to hand over again to the MoneyLab studio, and want to thank MoneyLab for inviting us to be a partner.
Ella.
And we wanted to thank Ella Kage for her generosity during this process. And yeah, thank you again for inviting us. Have a great day, everyone.
We're not sure exactly when we'll be cut off, so we may just have to stay here.
Yes.
From the YouTube, I mean our Twitch friends.
The Twitch friends.
The Twitch friends are used to this, so.
Okay. I don't know if we're still here. We're still here.
Okay. So thank you so much, Arthur.
And if we're still there, just a reminder that we have 2 events tomorrow.
Okay, now you've been cut off, guys, and probably with a bit of delay, you will notice that we have left your platform and we are back at MoneyLab. Thank you so much, Arthur and Callum. If you like, you can come back on our website, on the MoneyLab Berlin website, and check the chat, because some people had questions for you, and maybe one of you would like to just respond and engage a little bit with the people here in the chat. Thank you so much for that. So everyone else who is still with us, we have now a great opportunity for those who have registered. You can now, in 10 minutes, log onto Zoom, and we're going to stream our 2 participatory sessions tonight live from Zoom. First of all, we will start with the team of the Economic Space Agency, and they will facilitate a session on NFTs and crypto art, one of the huge buzzing discussions that have been going on lately. And they will cover lots of territories around NFT and crypto art. And we hope to find a little bit, at least some answers tonight. Probably not all of them, but just to give people a chance to understand a little bit better what NFTs are all about, and what is more to them than just the money and speculation side of it. And after that, at 9:30 p.m., we will then open the floor to the wider MoneyLab community. And the idea of that is basically that people can present projects, that we have an open mic for those of you that would just like to ask questions or that would like to connect a little bit more to the MoneyLab community. And we already have a bunch of speakers that have signed up, so we'll hear 3 to 5 minute presentations, and there's also a chance to ask questions. So we have 1.5 hours for the community call across time zones. We'll also have some people from the MoneyLab board with us. So those of you that are located in the United States, in Australia, and so forth, this is a more friendly time zone for you. And we look forward to having you in there. And now we're just going to take a 10-minute break before we all meet again. We will stream live the session from Zoom, and we get started with a NFT and crypto art session in exactly 10 minutes from now at 8 p.m. Those of you that are following the stream here on the MoneyLab website, you can just get a drink, breathe some fresh air, and meet us again in 10 minutes. See you then. Okay, hello everyone. Hello back. So we will just bridge 2 minutes before we start our participatory session on NFTs and crypto art. And for those of you who are curious what this is all about, let me just give you a brief overview of what to expect now. It's basically, we're going to cover questions such as what are NFTs, why do people get excited by them, and what are the controversies they spark? Why are they interesting? What possibilities do they open up? What are the important trends they point at? This session will make an introduction to NFTs and we'll talk about different platforms, marketplaces, and then followed by a deep dive into infrastructures and many more concrete examples. And this slot will be facilitated by the team of the Economic Space Agency, and we'll see them in a minute when we join the platforms on Zoom. And yeah, those of you who want to participate, you can just join now on Zoom. Those of you that have registered, you have the links. Please join, ask your questions, and be part of the debate. And after that, seamlessly, we'll dive into the community chat across the time zones where we hear from members of the wider MoneyLab community. I guess it's almost 8, just a couple of seconds more. And yeah, I would say let's just look what's going on at Zoom. Okay, hello. I can see already. I can see some familiar faces. Hello. So I see Akseli in a car.
That's right.
That's right.
On the way to north.
Yeah, on your way to Lapland, right? Yeah. What I mean, it's the best way to spend a night ride by facilitating a session, isn't it?
Yes, I wouldn't prefer anything else.
Okay, fantastic. So we have Pekko here as well. Hi, Pekko. Good to see you.
Likewise. And all the other people, which I don't really see, but whatever this means to meet them in Zoom. Yes, it's still nice.
Yeah, I guess we are joined by more people. I can see Max here. Hi, Max. More people joining us as we speak. Let's just use the opportunity to introduce ourselves, because I just introduced Akseli and Pekko here, but I kindly ask the other EXA members to quickly introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Jorge.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Beller, professor at Pratt Institute and team player.
Fantastic, welcome. So more and more people join us here, and those of you that follow the link on our website, moneylab-berlin.de, you can also monitor the chat, because we can take questions also in the chat, and we make sure to pass them on to whoever is joining us. Eon, are more people getting into the Zoom room now? Okay, fantastic, very good. So I would just suggest let's provide a little bit of context before we get started, and let me know how I can be of help in timekeeping and whatever. Is there anything particularly I should know before we get started?
Ella, from outside, at least let's do as we plan. You have the clock?
I have a clock, yeah. I will make use of it.
Okay.
Are you still here, Akseli? Oh.
Come back in a few seconds.
Oh, yeah.
They have really good internet in Finland, so.
You hear me?
Yeah, we lost you in between.
Hello?
We lost you for a few seconds, Akseli.
Oh, it's my...
Okay. So I will certainly help with timekeeping, but maybe while other people are joining the conversation, I would kindly ask you, any of you, to come up with a little bit of a contextualization of what it actually is that we are going to talk about in the next 1.5 hours. What is your stand on NFTs and crypto art, and what makes you interested in the topic, and what do you have in mind to do with people here in this Zoom room tonight? Passing on the question to any member of the XR team that wants to answer.
Well, while Excel is doing microphone damage control, I could jump in. Excel, interrupt me when you're ready if you want to, but you know, the NFT as a unique identifier opens up a lot of possibilities, and clearly has garnered a lot of attention from artists and collectors, and threatens or promises to actually transform the whole relationship of artistic production and the communities, and really the semiosis around those practices. So there's a lot of excitement. People are thinking, God, the whole world's changed. We now have access to the blockchain, and we can begin to create economies and collectibles, which were not possible before. And that's super exciting. And I think the team, in our conversations leading up to this, we've had like sort of different kinds of views. Some of them have been very, very positive about how to make economy underneath the NFT or using the NFT. And others have been more like, well, why are these things falling back into ordinary structures of accumulation, which we've seen in the art market and the art world, which validate hierarchy, fetishize unique works of art, and things like that. So that's some of the context that I think we want to speak to. Exceli has a set of examples that he's going to bring up, and I think he's going to ask each of us to talk as those examples come forward, and then open it up to whoever wants to comment or.
Oh, thanks.
Very good.
Axeli, we have a hard time hearing you.
You hearing me now?
I hear you now. Let's see whether the connection stays.
Okay, trying again.
Yes, we got you.
Oh.
Yeah, the one thing you could do is to turn off.
Okay, perfect.
Because
yeah, turn off the camera.
That takes more data.
Yeah.
Sure, it was just a little bit of a problematic area, but I think we should be heading to better areas right now. Hey, so hey, thanks, Jonathan, for stepping in there. Ella, what about if we went through the rules of the session first, or kind of a bit the instruction of how to use what's going to happen next? What do you think? Would that be a good idea?
Yeah, just go forward, Axeli. That's okay.
Cool. Hey, thanks. So I don't know if you had time to look at the instructions. We posted them in the Discord and so on, but I'll just repeat it quickly. So because we have a plan of what to do. So we'll do like 4 mini sessions within this NFT session, and each of these mini sessions will take around 15 minutes. And well, not around, but strictly 15 minutes. And Ella will help us keep the time, right, Ella?
Yeah.
And help me facilitate too.
I'll do so.
Okay, then, great. Then we have also Ella and Atta from EXA team following the chat. So if you want to, if you have comments, ideas, questions, then use the chat, because that's the means to participate in the discussion. You can also signal, raise your hand there, or just write the comments relevant to that topic we are discussing at the time. And then Ella is following the chat, and Atta, and they will pick up the questions in the right order when the time is right for discussing them. So each of the mini sessions will have the following structure. First 5 minutes, we will do a quick introduction, a quick description of the 1 or 2 NFT projects or structures we think are interesting and which kind of prepare the topic we are discussing. Then, after that, one of the extra members, and that takes about 5 minutes max. Then the second part is that one of the extra members, first Jorge and Jonathan, and then Pekko, and then me, makes a quick, like a test drive, a sense making of what does that mean, the NFT project we've introduced, and what does it mean to the question we're discussing in this particular mini session. After that, we will open the floor for 5 minutes of comments, questions, ideas, and more collective sense making around the question. So that's altogether 15 minutes. Then the bell will ring. Ella will ring it, and we will move to the next topic. So that's the structure.
And people can also open their mics to ask questions, right? Because we are here in a participatory session, so we can also, people can just speak up and share their viewpoints, whatever. Okay, very good.
Sure. Okay. And I think it would be good if we coordinate it a little bit, but we can test drive it how it goes. But if it's facilitated, I think it will work better. But let's see.
Okay.
Yes. Shall we start?
Let's start with your first prompt, Akseli.
Great. Thanks, Ella. So the first mini session, the topic here is, or the question is, what are NFTs? If they are not technically anything new, why now? What is really new here? So that's the topic. This is the question we are trying to address for the next 15 minutes. And I'll introduce, I'll show you a couple of, or two NFT projects to get us going. So I'm sharing my screen. And the first one is this. It's called Rare Pizzas. I mean, we all know, and the links are also in the document we shared in Discord. So we all know that the Bitcoin Pizza Day, right? So it's May 22, 2010. This one guy, Laszlo, at the Bitcoin forum said that, hey, I will buy 2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoins. And it happened. One guy from California organized the pizzas for Laszlo in Florida, and 10,000 Bitcoins were transacted, and it was the first recorded Bitcoin transaction. So a group of people got together in February, and they decided that, okay, the May 22 is approaching, and we want to do something. Let's create this collaborative art project, a performance, and throw the biggest pizza party in the world ever. And this is in February. Then 2 weeks later, I received a Google Doc and a spreadsheet from a friend telling me about it and saying that, hey, you want to join? We're putting up a DAO, and we want to throw this pizza party. 1 week later, the pizza operation has raised $500,000, and 1,200 people are in the Discord working in the different operations of the pizza project. There are 8 weeks to go. The aim is to buy 10,000 pizzas and distribute them to people who want them, and all of this is done by a crowd sale of pizza NFTs. Now, I think that's pretty amazing. So this is the example number 1. You can check it out yourselves. Then, the example number 2, crypto media. This is interesting, a little bit more technical NFT, or let's say that it's a project by Zora Protocol, and it's an NFT, or it's an enhanced NFT. It's a little bit like a better or developed version of the standard ERC 721 NFT token, and they call it Z NFTs. So what the crypto media does it's an NFT where they've added an order book, and they've added also some other benefits like built-in royalties both for creators and collectors. They're also experimenting with the crowdfunding functionalities which have been added to the token. So we're thinking that this is quite an interesting development, and kind of points to certain avenues which are opening up. So Jorge, like, what do you make of this? What is an NFT, and what is new here?
So as Jonathan said earlier, that essentially tokens are unique identifiers, or specifically cryptographically certifiable unique identifiers. What's interesting is that NFTs are technically less complex as smart contracts than cryptocurrencies. So the fungibility on the cryptocurrencies is actually an elaborate contract and an elaborate orchestration, even though all accounts are certifiable unique identifiers associated with the respective cryptographic keys. NFT removes this layer and basically leaves open what's supposed to be pointing to. And that means, or that implies, that all of a sudden anyone can issue an NFT, right? And I think it is what that reference signifies, what is aggregating the networks and the attention around them. In the example of cryptomedia that you make, what it is showing is that there's an increasing recognition that the value of these NFTs comes not so much from its financial instrument attributes, from which the whole discourse originated, but rather from the network valuation that arises from every agent reflecting back to each other through this network. What's really interesting is what we're seeing is these tokens are starting to incorporate more and more information that reflects back to the network. And an example is like the order book, for instance, which is showing who is interested, because it knows that the value, like it's acknowledging that the value in this token has to do with the network they are aggregating and the feedback loops it enables. And many tokens, like the CryptoPunks tokens, and basically the emerging grammar around them, it's all about not only showing the little graphic, but a lot of information around the network. For instance, what attributes it has, how many other CryptoPunks have this particular mouth, face, hairstyle, etc. So they gain their value in context, right? In a space, in a network. So yeah, it is to me, quite frankly, a very surprising sort of development, that something simpler and less scripted has more value, because it shifts the inscription of what it's supposed to mean, what it's supposed to signify, back to its community, back to its network.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We have now 1.5 minutes left, just to let you know, before we open for comments.
Okay, so Jorge, let me ask another question then. So you were, if I understood correctly, you were saying that so the NFT is not technically anything special. What is important is where it refers to. That's where the meaning and the value is. Okay, that's a good point, and I really get it. How about the rare pizza case? I mean, don't you think, compared where, for instance, when we started to think about like issuing a token in 2015, I mean, back then you had to, if you wanted to issue a token, you had to build your own entire blockchain, and that's where we went for. And now how easy it is, I mean, what is that a sign of?
What is it a sign of?
Yeah.
Just that the medium is developing. So basically, there's a discourse that is actually outside of the blockchain. Basically, a grammar that is emerging, a language and an attention aggregation that is already captured, that is being enabling these simple forms. It's not so much the blockchain. It is, again, the current discourse, the current network, the current communities that they aggregate, that the medium is developing.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are now at 9 minutes, meaning that when I understood you correctly, we'll open now for some remarks and questions from the audience, right?
That's right.
So let's do so. Let's see. Thanks for that sense making. Thanks for this first round showing the examples. And I'm really curious who from the, I don't know how many exactly are in this call right now. I think around 50 people. Who wants to respond or clarify, ask questions? Please feel free to open your mic.
I'll just jump in while people are thinking and comment on Jorge's sense of surprise. I think it's actually really interesting to register that, because everybody's thinking about crypto media as primarily an economic and monetary medium. And to a large extent, that's completely true. But what we have not begun to understand, I think, to the degree that we might, is the expressivity or the expressive potentials of that medium. And what the NFT does suddenly is it says, wow, we can put photographs on the blockchain. We can put images and films. We can put text on the blockchain in ways that never were possible before. So what that does is it sort of opens up what we think of as a monetary medium into a fully expressive medium where it might be capable of actually carrying messaging of any sorts. I mean, the economics and the tokenomics of that, I think, are quite complex and need to be very, very carefully imagined. But we have this, but the NFT signifies an exponential increase in the robustness of the communicative potential of the medium.
Okay, let's see. I would love to hear from more people who have joined us. But since I'm not in the same Zoom room, I have a hard time identifying those people right now. But I see Max Haven with us. And Max, maybe I can ask you for some response from your end. Great to see you here.
Yeah, nice to be here. I'll confess that I'm looking forward to learning a bit more about precisely what NFTs are. I mean, I've of course done some homework on them. I'm curious also what potential they have, not only for art, but also for offering us new pathways to imagine human cooperation. And specifically, my interest in these technologies is always to what extent they can actively empower and encourage rebellion against the status quo in meaningful and non-symbolic senses. So I'd be very curious to what extent where these new technologies and platforms can interact with social movements that are seeking to fight back against systems of domination as they pass through regimes of capitalism, white supremacy, colonialism, patriarchy, environmental destruction. I'm yet to see that. I'm yet to be convinced that these technologies have a role in that, and perhaps that's not their role. But if anyone had insights into those potentials, I would be very, very curious. I have perhaps other strange abstract things that I'm thinking about in terms of this strange term fungibility, which has made a strange reappearance, and how it appears in this world, and it also appears in other very strange ways and other elements of the kind of critical thinking world we inhabit. But I'm also very interested in NFTs as fetish objects, but I'll save those questions for a little bit later.
Thank you so much, Max. And I also spotted, I hope it's fine if I just pick some people that I also know. I have spotted Grace here in our call. And Grace, I was wondering whether you would like to give a brief comment or statement about this first round.
Well, I see Martin's hand up, so maybe Martin wants to speak, and then maybe happy to speak, and then, in the next round.
Lovely. Martin, maybe you want to go first.
Yeah, hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you well.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a very simple question that I was trying to raise in the chat already, or like, are NFTs, if we speak of NFTs, are these just pointers, or is any of the data that they signify computationally somehow incorporated in them? Meaning, does there exist, quote unquote, like a material connection, material relation between the NFT and the data it is meant to signify? Thank you.
Thank you. Grace, you want to be next? So we can just collect a couple of comments, and then you can move on to the next example, if that's okay.
That was more a question, so maybe one of the speakers wants to answer the question before.
Yeah, you want? Okay.
Well,
one short. Go ahead, Jorge. It's your turn. You can go first.
Just like that, the short answer is yes. That's what cryptographically certifiable reference means, is that there's an association, the hash, between the artifact it points to and the record that it is associated to the owner, to a private key. So the answer is yes, but not the whole file, just the reference.
Yeah, to Martin's question, I'm also picking from what you wrote in the chat and kind of continuation from Jorge. Like this question of ownership, what is a real ownership? Like ownership is always a legal structure. That there is no something that is a concrete ownership in itself, because it's a recognition of your rights, and this goes for your house and your car and whatever object you have. Of course, here it's something that is entering into a space of negotiation because it's not socially as recognized. But I do think it's important to recognize that we are not dealing with a categorical difference, because ownership is always social. There is no other way to do ownership, and so social, because in the world of physical objects, ownership does not exist. It can only exist as a concept in itself. And in this sense, this is also opening a dialogue. And there's just shortly two ways to look at that dialogue. One is the extension of ownership, and one is the dissolution of ownership. Because in some ways, ownership is one of our economical problems currently. And it's certainly not that NFTs are somehow serving as the heroes of this dissolution, but maybe opening a part in that discourse that if our social structures mainly work economically through ownership, that's probably to the detriment for most of us. Because that economy is one of the key foundational things of creating the current economical imbalance.
Okay.
Thanks. Any more comments at this point?
Good. Ella, be just strict with the time. And let me know when to go ahead.
We are good. So, Akseli, I would say move on to the second round.
Perfect. Hey, thanks. So, okay, if something, I'll just try to quickly summarize what maybe we got from the first question, like what are these NFTs, and if they're not technically anything so new or interesting, it is more like what has happened now. Why they are like happening now is that it's the medium, it's the network which has developed around them, and that's new. That's new. It hasn't been there before. Okay, so to the next question, I'm going to share my screen again. And now, at this time, the question for the session 2, mini session 2, is NFT does not stand for a non-fascist token, but maybe it could. And this question refers Jonathan's essay. He just published it a couple of days ago in CoinDesk, and it's also linked in the Exa Discord. I really recommend you to check it out. It's an excellent piece of work. And in the text, Jonathan asked, like, what are these NFTs doing to our financial imagination? And let's try to answer that question I'll think about that together, make sense of that together in the next 15 minutes. So as an example, another project. And for this one, we picked this one, a famous one right now. It's a piece by Beeble, who is a well-known internet artist who has been publishing since, and Pekka, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's since 2007.
Yeah.
Every day, a piece of art in internet, and this is a combination, a collection of all of those first 5,000 days is the name. Yeah, that's right. First 5,000 days by Beeble, and let me see if I can make it bigger just to show you. Yeah, that's it. And it was just sold a little while ago at Christie's auction house by 69 million. This is the auction website, and we thought that this would be a good like a party starter for the question, like, is the use of crypto media just doing the same old things with the same old hierarchies? Does it threaten to make art just out of making money? You know, Jonathan, you want to take it from here? What do you think? What is going on here?
Sure, I'm happy to. Thanks, Exceli. Yeah, actually, the tagline for the article was NFT does not stand for non-fascist token, but it should. And not because of what it is or how it's being used, but because of what we need to do with it. You know, this is to me, a very clear example of the kind of fetishism that marks not just the financial imagination, but the art markets. And it accords to me, and I'm not the only person who's thought of this, but there's, you know, Benjamin's critique of the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction, where the cult of genius threatens to lead to a processing of data in the fascist sense. Because for Benjamin, remember, in the context of new media, these old cultic forms of worship and aggregation of power were hierarchical and were about creating distance between people and creativity and aesthetic fulfillment and knowledge. And so I think, you know, when an artwork like Beeple's piece aggregates effectively 69,000 years of Global South labor, right? $69 million of $1,000 a year, which is many people work for in the Global South. That's a lot of value that goes to a single artist, or a lot of signification that someone who has those kinds of funds to disperse is able to accrete to themselves. And so to me, art that doesn't challenge those hierarchies, kind of in the spirit of what Max was saying, is not interesting, ultimately. It's interesting to analyze and to critique, but it's not the kind of art that we want to make, at least certainly not the kind of art that I want to make or validate. So I guess the way I would want to position this part of the discussion is to recognize that when Benjamin was critiquing cinema and what was happening to cinema, and seeing that when it was bent to produce cult values in the form of the celebrity, he was also thinking analogously to the way in which charismatic personalities were used to stand in for the will of the masses who had a new role in history, right? And so this kind of fascist architecture where one person or one thing stands in for the power of all, or for him was an idea of the violation of the apparatus, the potential of film, which, you know, where Deleuze talks about cinema as an ion matter. But film for Benjamin, thinking of Vertov, had the potential of actually being all over the social sphere, right? And creating a kind of perception which was cybernetic and distributed, where people could understand one another's situations, witness their creativity, recognize their capacities, and sort of have a conception of the social totality. And for Benjamin, that was sort of a necessary feature, and for Vertov as well, for a movement into a more democratic or communistic society. Fast forward to crypto media or economic media. I mean, I think with the convergence of all media into computation, we're starting to recognize that not only have all media become computational and the analog versions have been sort of simulated in computation, but that this computational system is vertically integrated into finance, and that effectively computational media also means financial media. And therefore, we're already in a space of economic media. You know, we're living in a world where whether it's monetary media or discourse or images, each of them has an economic component to it, almost inexorably. And that means we have to navigate capitalism at a very granular level, racial capitalism at a very granular level all the time. So the problem of crypto media is to actually redesign that convergence, actually open up designable monetary and design systems and designable economic media to programming from below, right? And the NFT in a way is kind of like a snapshot. You know, it's like the Brownie camera, or it's like the Portapack, or the cheap digital camera, where anybody can now sort of put something on this medium in order to create an expression. The question is, what are the econometrics of that expression? Are these expressions doomed to fetishism and to produce influencers and celebrities in the way we're very familiar with? Or are there ways of designing the underneath of the economics under the NFT so that you can have a more socialist and equitable arrangements? So you could imagine, for example, and this is just a very simple example, an activist organization issuing an NFT, taking advantage of the fetishistic character of art collecting, but distributing the value of that very, very differently, right? And there are much better examples to imagine, right? But it's about the occupation of existing money forms and the transformation from within by changing the way in which they distribute and generate their value. So there would obviously, one more thing and I'm done. There would obviously be sort of an interesting recursivity between the fetish value, if you will, of an NFT and a project which was radically political underneath that, which would draw energy from ambient valuation for its own radical politics. And so that's one side, you know, just to answer Max and work on convincing him and myself and maybe everyone else of the progressive potentials of this, that, you know, we have to, that you can really play with this and we can actually possibly make much more socially responsible forms underneath this NFT or using the NFT. So I just think one more thing on this conviction business. I want to be convinced too, but I also feel like it's kind of like what Chomsky said, it's not a matter for speculation, it's a matter for activism, right? We have to convince ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Jonathan, just I don't know, maybe Ella hasn't pointed the 1 minute time to me yet, so I have time to ask for you.
It's 1 minute now.
Can you, well, it's not connecting. Can you, just a joke. So can you connect to what Jorge was saying about this medium? Kind of, if it's that this medium is emerging, what you're saying, doesn't that mean that that's where we need to go? We need to be part of this, like start using this emerging medium in a way that we see fit, what we want to express that.
Well, I mean, I mean, just to connect to this idea of the semantic field and the token as a unique identifier, it actually accesses a whole semiotic universe in a new way, right? And so it partakes of some of the logic of attention economy and uses that system of mediation of other people's subjectivity and creative potential to capture a certain kind of value. But what happens to that value afterwards, I think, is really up for grabs. And clearly the default move is to collapse it back into the fetishistic economies that we all understand too well. But the challenge is how to transform that semiotic field and do something underneath in order to signify social transformation and actually enact it, right? So it's symbolic, yes, but it's socio-symbolic and material in as much as you can rescript social relations underneath the NFT as a unique identifier.
Thank you. I think it would be about time to open up and see whether people have questions on that or remarks. Anyone who feels like responding, just open your mics. You're welcome to speak.
Hello. I have something. So one of the in terms of like I guess the radical politics angle that I've heard mentioned a couple of times that I've been sort of thinking about in terms of NFTs. It's a very unprocessed idea, I'll admit, but is to think about NFTs in a radical context as sort of like a badge for radical politics almost. So one of the ideas that I've had in my head is imagine if you have a radical organization which is using blockchain for something in terms of handling funds, but you only want certain people to access those funds. So one of the ways you can do it is to pass out sort of NFTs that you give to people that maybe you personally know, as sort of like a badge of recognition that I'm also a part of my radical communist party, for example, and this NFT acts as a badge in which allows me to access funds that are collectively owned together by other people who also own the badge of my radical party organization. So that was one of the things that I've been thinking of, yeah. So it's a very rough idea, but I don't know if it's something that other people have any criticisms on my very loose idea of that.
Yeah, I suggest let's just collect a couple of feedbacks and questions, and then we pass it back on to the EXA team, if that's okay.
If I may, I would just like to put up a little of perspective from my side. I've been in the NFT space and became by coincidence part of the Pizza project itself, as probably a few of you guys, I suppose, here. So there's one thing that the NFT solved for digital artists that have been marginalized for a long time. And it solved the problem that they can sell their money and they are not depending so much anymore of being hired and being paid through some requests or so they can sell their own work. And this is, I think, the main reason why NFTs popped up so strongly right now. And it accumulated in the person of Beeple, but to be honest, it could have been everybody else. Beeple is just one exemplary piece, and Christie clearly just jumped on the bandwagon of the NFT scene to gain something of this success. So, and also under the impression of Corona, where everything is just digital at the moment, this was like an incubator for the whole scene. So this is to put a little bit of perspective why this all happened. From my point of view. And also a strong critique coming from the classical art world, working in digital and analog media since a long time, since 20 years. I must say that it's interesting how the old art world reacts quite like a reflex to say, okay, this is bad, this is really, and trying to find something that they can criticize. I have critics myself, but I think it is important to see that the main point why blockchain exists was under the impression of the first financial crisis and why centralization was so bad and a thing that people could harm so badly and kill the whole planet. And decentralization was just, Bitcoin was an example how this could be done. And it's been a speculative object itself. And it's not been designed for that. That's why it's ecologically so harmful right now, the Bitcoin itself. This is where Ethereum came in, and they working on the technology to make it less harmful to the environment. But still, as an artist, before I even minted my first piece, this is my last point, I made my due diligence to find out how I can at least offset my ecological footprint, my carbon footprint. And I would strongly recommend to each artist to make their due diligence and research. There are different blockchains as Wax and so on, where you don't have these issues. And it's if you want to offset your own footprint because you want to participate in the game where everybody is at Ethereum right now, go to carbon.fyi, check your ecological footprint there and offset it at least, or build a DAO, decentralized autonomous organization to support good projects. And I think NFT are just a technology, and they are here for a reason, and they are here to stay, and they will change not only the art world, but also pretty soon the music world and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would say let's just take another response before we pass it back on to EXA, if that's okay. There was somebody raising...
Mark with the hand already in the earlier session.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you very much. I mean, I just wanted to give sort of, and I'm a lawyer for full disclosure, but I just think about this from the legal perspective and of the bundle of rights as you're Because effectively an NFT is just a unique identifier to any object. It's when the law or the system allows certain rights to attach to it. So if you can transfer it in a blockchain system, or if you can actually transfer that ownership through the legal mechanisms that currently exist. And I think when you get into the question of, how you're going to look at this from a political, economic perspective, is this narrative around the artist being able to now bypass the intermediaries, I think is fantastic. But I think we also just need to question the intellectual property rights, and are we just inherently without even sometimes even being aware of ending up taking on a point of view of stronger private property rights that are then enshrined in the NFTs, and as that is strengthened, the systems will build around that, and the legal structure can build around that. Similarly, that NFT could represent community property as it could represent anything unique, and the legal structure or the code in that system will be actually where the devil's in the details. So I just wanted to flag that. Thank you, Over.
Okay, great. Let's pass it on to the XR team, because I think that already provides a lot of content for you to move on.
Great. Hey, thanks, Ella. Excellent. Jorge, I saw your hand up. Do you want to respond quickly, and then we'll move on?
Yeah, I think I'm tracing a theme that is coming in circle of certain points that support each other that I want to bring forward. So, emphasizing from the chat that really technically every single record in blockchains, every single file could be seen as an NFT. But that is not what's interesting about them. What's interesting about them, again, is that they signify something to the community that is observing them, and that connects to the last question or comment from Mark, in which, like, out of the crypto discourse and the crypto platforms, we have our legal systems and we have our financial systems, and they all help us platform our social agreements and enforce them. But there's a different emergent form of support that is not really about enforcement. It's about staking. It's like economically centered. And basically what it's doing is it allows all these communities sort of like to validate the meaning of these symbols within their own platforms without having to refer or solicit help from external structures. And this what we need to bring to the forefront is, like, it's not the technical part by itself that does this. It's the social agreements, the understanding and the relationship of the participants in the network to it, right? And I think this is what I want us to, like, really have present, that is behind this phenomenon.
Jorge, that was a great introduction to our next question. So, hey, Mark, we will get back to the ownership question in the fourth mini session. So first was, what is NFT? Like, what is interesting there, and why is it now? Then, what are these worries? What are they actually doing right now to our financial imagination? And the next question, the next mini session, which is starting right now, is, so what constitutes the value of an NFT? Like, what is it that gives value to an NFT? And here, I think we have two pretty good examples. One of them is, I'll share my screen very quickly again and show you Glaus NFT, where he had an auction of 11 songs, his new vinyl album, in fact, and the songs there, auctioned them. They were sold out, and he raised like 11 million or something like this. It's a good. But when I followed it, and I think it was very interesting how he explained it. That he was saying that, in fact, what he was giving the people who bought the NFTs, like, different kind of rights, access rights, like a right to be a director of the next artistic director of one more song, another song. Some rights to participate in the gigs, some different kinds of much more nuanced, much more granular forms of relationships. And he said that that's what I wanted to do, because I wanted to start building these relationships with my listeners, with my fans. When I was at Spotify, I didn't even know who were listening to me. Now I know, and I have a direct relationship with them. We are building a community, and I think that's quite interesting. Then the second example is one of my favorites, called the rug pull. Pekka, it's your turn. You want to take it on and answer the question, or give us some make some sense of it.
Yeah, like I'll start with an introduction, then I'll share my screen as well, like with some screen captures. So the key question here is: are we looking at NFTs as they are, or are we looking at what is the potential of these structures and what can we gain out of these structures? And the rug pull can, I think, serve as an example, especially in its first phase, which we are going to concentrate on, of a structure that is inherently social. That is, if we look at something like the any of these crypto projects, whether they are NFTs or not, ultimately we can always trace them down to social interest and social community, and the interactions within that community that creates that value. Because it's, of course, a social interaction that somebody partakes in a token, but any really interaction that fulfills or buffs up to the existence of the crypto is ultimately social. This is actually not emphasized by crypto or anybody else, but the social and the organization of that social, which is, for me, a large question of the governance, including governance, but expanding beyond that, is the question that underlies NFTs as well. So to go forward, just to create that as a story. So rug pull, in its first phase, starts as a video by a guy called Defiant, DeFi, and based on the DeFi concept, who has 25K followers in YouTube. And he posts a video, which is his normal blog, etc. But in that blog, there is a QR code. It's hidden because it's represented in a false fictional story of an artwork. But as you can see this on the screenshot, the QR code is rather prominent. And some of the viewers realize that I can take a picture of that and it's a QR code. So where does it take people? It takes them to a website, the website of rug pull in itself. And that website strongly really has one channel, which is a Telegram channel. And you really have no other choice than to pass on, leave it, or to join the Telegram channel. And the Telegram channel in itself becomes a place of social dramaturgy, social choreography in itself. And in there comes first the question, even before you access it, is, are you greedy or are you cultured? Simplified, yes. I'm not presenting this as some kind of a masterwork, but I'm presenting this as an interesting case. And in this choice, which actually ultimately does not matter at all, but just works as a way of guiding the context. After answering the question, you end up in the same Telegram. And in that Telegram, there becomes a discussion. In that discussion, like, there are many themes which the person, the Defiant in itself, actually uses many different structures. He uses the 12 Angry Men, the movie, and he uses Hitchcock's bomb under the table concept. But how they make themselves real is that the Telegram channel in itself becomes this conversation, first through video, of you being able to participate in an experiment of economy, which is about greed or culture, and around the question of NFTs. And in this question, there is a story that is actually built by the people. You could say that the Telegram channel is the most important part of this work, which comes back to the social choreography in itself. But in it, there is a narrative that goes over time. And after a couple of days of conversation, there is another video. There's videos in between, but we cut most important videos. And in that video, there is a sequence of words. And the people who are kind of smart with crypto can realize that this sequence of words might be a seed phrase that is a kind of a password, to put it simply, towards something. And if they imply that seed phrase to a wallet of MetaMask, what they get is actually a normal wallet full of crypto tokens, normal tokens, no new ones. But they're there for the taking. And what the people face is the question is, do I just take these? These are valuable. These cost thousands of euros, dollars in itself. Do I take them or not? Of course, it turns out they take them immediately. Some will take them, and that's enough to empty the wallet in itself. But this is part of the narrative. This is the idea that to try this out, but expect that essentially almost all of the value will be taken, which is what happens. And that takes the narrative further. This becomes the story that the rug pull in this case was actually the original project creator was the one who was getting rug pulled. He was the one who, rug pull is a concept of value cataclysmically falling in itself. But this engages a narrative where the owner itself starts this conversation of, I wasn't expecting this, or this was not what I wanted. I never gave you the right to this, which then leads to people commenting, having a conversation in the Telegram in itself of what is right or wrong, which you can see comments here. But this is also played in a narrative. There are events after that day, one of them being like a reveal that there's actually a white hat hacker in the group who took the original subscribing form, which was a Google form where people revealed certain data out of themselves to track them. This is not true. This is an intentional lie, but it's representing people, this condition, first one, which is threat, to open this question of, do you give the money back? There are other conditions that are used. One is appeal, one is price. They use the condition that if you actually give the money back, there is a gift or prize coming out of this. But these are all used to test, do people actually return the money? And does the social pressure of asking people to return the money work? What ends up happening is ultimately all but one token is returned. That token happens to be the one not returned, is one of the most valuable ones. But most of the valuables are returned in itself to the wallet. Now, I want to highlight to this short introduction. There's much more nuances to the work, but I want to highlight a couple of things. First one, there's no new technology involved in this project. It's based on website, a Telegram, and existing tokens. The centrality of this project is the social question in itself. It's actually the main medium, is the Telegram, and conversations that these people have, and their opinions back and forth. Is this right or not right? Is it right to take this money? And ultimately, that becoming a question around the tokens, where the tokens and their charge of value becomes the artistic engine. And I'm not presenting this as some kind of this is where everything is going to. But I'm presenting this, which ultimately turned out, yes, to be a reveal to an NFT, an interesting NFT, but we won't go there because I want to stay here. and to this sort of contrast of what we normally think of this art of NFTs, tokens, and the value in art, for two reasons. One of the reasons is that it is an exemplification of a quality that is true of Secret Pizza and the other works in themselves. That is that they're all constituted social. But in this work, that sociality is turned into the work itself in a kind of intentional, conscious fashion. Secondly, it's not a matter of you building a new architecture, you providing the best code ever. It's a matter that economy is part of our social conversation. And in this sense, it's an essential component of how we approach our arts. Finally, to wrap things up, I would point out that this is also a question, a discourse upon rights. The rights are a question also in the case of Blau that actually raised here, and because underneath Blau, his selling of his songs, there is the quality that the songs are sold in different ways. And the different rights that people actually gain from that becomes the one of the main points of enablement, also for Blau itself. Here, it's a more of a bringing people into the question where the values are modeled and the rights are modeled. But that in itself constitutes building blocks for what we understood as the sociality, which then can come to build the value in itself, whether it's this or Bitcoin in itself. They all are ultimately dependent on the sociality of their function. So in this sense, I would pose the question. We can be critical of NFTs. I think that is right, and that's valid in the current form, and they're kind of almost like an overemphasis of ownership. But in and of themselves, they also have opened up the possibility of accessibility. Creating an ICO is a massive project. Creating an NFT might be a 10-minute project. This is, I think, one of the key reasons why they are so popular right now. But that opens up this question of, if this is an economic space we can now function, we can create forms, what is our extent then? Is it actually about NFTs? Is it actually even about ownership? Or is it ultimately because that ownership can only be charged by social structures? And as you can take it as a crude one, but it's still an advancement in our society and in our economic relations. It's probably going to blow up the current situation. But are we blind if we don't look at the social architectural developments here and what is there beyond the noise? And that's where I end up. Because I do,
Pekko, thank you.
Thanks, Pekko.
Thank you so much, Pekko. So this was, again, huge input, lots of stuff to talk about. I'm just wondering if you guys are following the chat as well, because there's also a lot of interesting debates going on.
Yeah.
We
can't. That's the problem. We can't follow it at the same time
exactly.
when we talk.
But I have been following the chat a little bit, and I think it would also be interesting, against the backdrop of what you have been presenting us. There is a discussion going on around accessibility of these platforms, and about simply one elite, after the next, working their way. So I'm just wondering whether anyone who have been active in this chat would like maybe to raise a point so that we can also include that kind of discussion into what has been raised already by the EXA team. You can just open your mics if you feel like.
I've been reading up in the chat, but I haven't said anything in the chat. But I think what is kind of underlying this discussion is kind of this collapse of money and value. and this discussion of and so money doesn't actually represent value, but we tend to say that in that way, like what is the real value of an NFT? And I think you guys raised this point this time, is that there's social value that isn't measured in monetary ways, which is really interesting. And I think the other thing that is kind of going sort of through my head when I think about the money that's going through the NFTs now is, you could look at crypto from this perspective, is that it jumped on the money train with Bitcoin, and it accelerated the things that we don't like about money, which is the concentration in a few hands. So really, really rapidly, Bitcoin was, in the hands of only a few people, and the acceleration of the environmental damage. So that happened really fast with Bitcoin. And now you're seeing it again with DeFi. And then it looks like it's going faster each time. It's going even faster with NFTs. And so there's this kind of weirdness about the whole space, that it starts with this idea that somehow we're going to democratize money. But what we've seen is the exact opposite. It's and it's much whiter and much more male than the regular economy. It's like the acceleration of all the things that we didn't want. And I think, and it feels like NFTs is just doing the same thing. And one of you mentioned in one of the things, the thing about acceleration of celebrity. Suddenly you're a celebrity really fast. I mean, so, I agree with you about these potentials, but what we've seen so far is the exact opposite. And I think that's sort of the gist of what people are saying in the chat.
I agree with that, like, completely. The key thing I would raise as a kind of short historical case is, like, I think there are people here who remember what happened with art and social media. That there was this sort of period of interest, but it ultimately turned into a critique, which was understandable and sensible critique of what social media was turning to. But if we look at now in the current day perspective, what has happened? Art is one of the worst slaves, to put it bluntly, of Instagram and Facebook. It has no input on what social media is, because it essentially kind of wrote itself out from where that is going. I know what I'm saying comes with all the problems that art having very difficult access to it, but there was an intentional writing oneself out from that development for most of the art. And what I'm saying is, I think a calibration of strategy is in order. And that strategy is not looking at how beautiful, how agreeable the surface seems, but rather, if we don't represent into this, one could say, a conflict. If we don't bring other voices, and I'm referring back to what Ruth was saying, which was rather smart, I think, in conversation with Ruth and Ella, about the progressive left not being engaged in crypto, etc. Like,
exactly.
If we don't engage with this, I think the result is we will force-fed this product, just like we are right now.
Yes, you will have no politics.
Exactly. We are, like, underwriting ourselves from the politics. So it's not about.
Can I just jump in, Pekka, please?
I'll finish the sentence.
All right.
It's not about beauty. It's not about beauty. It is about social discourse, and that's never about beauty.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say it would have the politics, but it would have the politics of heteropatriarchal racial capitalism or something like that, which is what we're seeing in the kind of fetishistic appropriation of NFTs and the violation of the potentials of the technology. So I completely agree with Grace's comment and some of the comments in the chat about the way in which these potentials are being appropriated. But I think it's important, to think about these things dialectically too. Money is not what it is because it's been the invention of a bunch of brilliant people. It's actually emerged in its complexity because it's been it's a result of a serious and long-term historical struggle against its encroachment and its impositions. And it is, I mean, you can find this in Negri, you can find this in Marx, but these theories of innovation that are driven by social resistance, I think, are really important to see, because then you see the dialectical potential of cultural form. and you recognize that part of what it might do is in answer to all the forms of resistance, from the disappearance of domestic labor, from the imposition of social death, from the imposition of situations in the global south, pushing back against money forms and saying, you know what, this is not exactly gonna cut it. And imminent in the technology itself are all these social relations. And I think what we're trying to grasp at when we see that the social actually is the underlier of all value, that there are forms of sociality which are not able to represent themselves or posit the futures imminent in them economically and economic representation. So the opening up of economic media to new forms of representation does open up a space of potential for people who are oppressed and collapsed within the monetary signal. And that's kind of what we want to say. We want to say, well, where in this monetary signal are these spaces? How do we actualize those spaces such that they can do progressive, feminist, anti-racist, communist work? And I think if we can see that and recognize that, then we're onto something.
Can I quickly jump in? Because I just want to make sure that we hear from more people here in this group. So we are 56 participants, and I also, for instance, I spot Denise here, and she's a fellow board member of the MoneyLab group, and she just left a remark here about digital inclusion, and that there is still a great number of people whose online access is mobile only and dependent on expensive data plans, etc., etc. So I think that's an argument maybe. Denise, I don't know if you want to bring that to the fore, if you would like to just talk a little bit about that. If so, you are very much invited to open your mic and join us.
Sure. Hello, good morning, everyone, from where I am. So I basically just wanted to add that point, I guess, to qualify the conversations when I think a lot of the time when we're thinking about moving towards systems that are, mediated by technology rather than by, gallerists and lawyers and stuff like that, is that certainly in Australia that there is still a lot of work to be done in terms of digital inclusion, not only for people who have barriers to access because they have complex needs, either physical or otherwise, but also just socioeconomically, a large portion of people who are unable to have reliable connectivity, who are unable to participate in that online sphere. And I know this is a conversation that we have, elsewhere in MoneyLab around, the cashless society and things like that. So I guess that's something I sort of always like to include as a way to sort of always understand the broader impacts of these things for people who are not so readily able to adopt or onboard onto these systems.
Okay, thank you so much, Denise. And Axeli, you're raising your hand.
Yes, that's right. Would you want to have one more mini session to go do that, or
we would have time for one more mini session, but I just wanted to make sure that because it's really interesting because there's a parallel world moving on in the chat, and I just wanted to sort of merge both. But yeah, go for another mini session, please do. We have 20 minutes left, but we certainly have to share the chat.
We'll
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. So the last one, how we thought about it, was about ownership and liquidity. How do the NFTs relate to the question of liquidity, ownership, collateral, which kind of define capitalism as a financial system. So I'll just run this through as quickly as I can. So I'm a political economist. I did my PhD back in the day about the analysis of economy by Michel Foucault and Deleuze and Guattari and Deleuze and Guattari, and kind of tried to think how can we take that forward? What does it mean when economy is turning into a protocol? And some of the foundations of that work we're still carrying on in X. I think that kind of we're understanding economy as a system of meaning, where the production of meaning is an essential part of the actual value production system. Now, like most likely for all of us, there are 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 books which have really affected you, like changed the way you think. For me, one of them is Michel Foucault's Words and Things, or it's translated as the Order of Things in English. I still carry it on my way to Lapland. It's my favorite readings, and it's a very important book to me because it's in the core of Foucault's analysis of economy, and he shows there that he points that there are these systems of knowledge, systems of science, which are historical, have historical formations, and he points to this grammar of knowledge, which defines what can be thought and said at certain times, and it's in the core of his analysis of economy. He shows how this system of how the grammar of economy changes when we move from the mercantilistic analysis of wealth to the economy of production of the political economy, and it has like a really important part in my heart. The book is also important because it's well known because how it starts, and it starts with this very famous analysis of a painting by Velázquez, and I will share my screen. This is sorry. Here we are. Here's the painting. It's by Velázquez, very famous, painted in 1650. And the book, Foucault's book, The Order of Things, Words and Things, starts with the analysis of this painting, and it's very famous for it. And Foucault points out that what Velázquez, in fact, kind of does here is that what the painting does, it represents the representation. It's like performs the grammar of that knowledge formation, and I think it's magnificent. So now to the NFT. That was kind of the background and why I think it's very important. I really recommend you to read the Foucault's analysis in the beginning. Now, this work here is by Brooklyn-based artist, filmmaker, Eve Sussman. She's a quite well-known filmmaker, and turn Velázquez's painting, this performance of the grammar of representation, into a film. And let me play you a clip just to show what it means. So she has all the characters, the dresses, kind of. She's animated the film. There's the famous in the painting. Okay, so it's a 10-minute film. 10-minute film, and what she has done, in addition, is to turn it into this grid of 2,300 atoms, what she calls atoms, and which have then been auctioned as NFTs. So basically, let me show you what that means, because I am the owner of the atom 675. Here it is. So it's like this 1 pixel for the 20-minute for the 10-minute film. I think it's a beautiful work of art as it is, but that's not it all. So here we have it has this 2,300 atoms it's a marketplace here too. The green ones are the ones that are for sale right now. This is 0.9 Ether. There's one for 10 Ether. There's also Beats there, 0.2 Ether. Somebody's trying to buy that piece. So that's what she's done. In addition, what the atom holders can do, they can ask the other atom holders to loan their atoms, so that it's written into the contract. So when I call for the public screening, I can get the atoms from the other atom holders, and I can screen the entire piece. Okay, you got an idea, and I think that's magnificent. It's a really important work of art. It's kind of a rights art history, what they've done together with the NFT, what she's done to the representation. And I'll go to it, why I'm so excited about it. So first of all, I'll make 3 quick points here. So it can be, it shows to me that NFT can be more than just an asset which serves as a store of value. So when you think about it, what is the atom that I have? Yeah, it has like a derivative characters. I can write the derivative contracts on the loan and possible like a cash flow that I will get from it, but it's still not a derivative because I actually own the underlier. It's not equity because I own the atom and not only the exposure to the performance. I can take it away. So I think it's really interesting in the sense that it points, it's really hard to capture with the existing grammar, with the existing economic grammar. Like, what the hell is this thing? It's not equity, it's not debt, it's not a derivative. And what it actually points at is that it's like the real condition of the NFTs, which is not technical, but we can see that there is this, the actual condition is like this breakdown of the economic knowledge conventions, economic knowledges, economic practices, like for instance, like what is the distinction between debt and equity? It has started to blur. What is the distinction between money and other assets? The question of the distribution of risk, the way that the risk has been pushed to the precarious workers, kind of the old kind of the distinctions, the knowledges and practice are starting to break, and this work points to that, I think. So it's these like breakdowns in combination which actually create the actual conditions for the NFT now, and it points that the core economic categories and concepts that we need are not the firm, the corporation, profit, and so on, but we need something else. That's what the NFTs are pointing at, and this work especially. So in that sense, I really think that it's writing art history. It's saying that the real conditions of my emergence, of the emergence of this work, is that we understand that the economic knowledge has changed. It's changing. We need something else to understand what is going on. Okay. So the other second part, what is really interesting from our perspective here is that what if the performance was not just a derived from this one of the important works of art in the world? What if it was just a proposal to create something? What if it was just an idea and people could stake on it? The structure would be very much the same. And that kind of points to why we are so interested in this. What we see opening up is that these open performances, where the focus is really on the application of an idea to generate an output, and not just a sale of an object or an output. So we really think that the future is here in making ideas liquid, right, Jorge? We can make ideas like this project, like proposals. They don't need to be art. They can be science, they're going to be research, they're going to be political values, aesthetic values, and we can propose them and we can make them liquid. We can make them economically relatable, expressible, investable, exchangeable, recognized as valuable by the network. That's what this is pointing at. The last point, just quickly. What this work points beautifully, I think, at is that we're moving from social networking into economic networking. So in social networking, you peer social, you read, you repost, forward, you like things, you follow, you use Facebook. That's how it works in the social networking. But here in this work, it's not like that. You offer and you re-offer. You issue. You enter value relationships. You share accounts. You share. You have mutual record keeping. It's a different nature of a relationship, which is at work here. So it's a different way of relating. The nature of the network is different. And this is precisely what the old economic grammar doesn't get. And why we need the kind of a new understanding, a new grammar of how this medium, how this network unit works. And what it's pointing at is that we can start to explore different ways of relating, much more nuanced, much more granular ways of ownership. Last thing,
Akseli,
here.
Well, just one second. I'm afraid I need to stop you because we only have 5 minutes left, and I was thinking maybe you would like to take still.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because there have been again a lot of interesting points here in the chat, but maybe I can pass on one question that might be interesting from Martin asking. He would be interested in how you would describe the internal and external relationships of the group of collectors that are formed by this piece of work.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, because the painting of Velázquez, Las Meninas, it was like what it was doing was it was trying to bring what is outside the viewer, the king whose portrait is being painted, into the painting. In the same way, I think that this work tries to bring that which is not represented into the work, like the atom buyers. We can now collectively, start to organize among ourselves, even without the artist, even if she is one of the atom owners still. Our collective screenings, and those have in fact become quite popular and big events where the collective and community is starting to form. It's really hard to say where's the external and internal. On the economic side, economically, it's maybe not so well thought, but I think it's a network building project. That's what it's doing.
Okay. I think we have time for one more question. I can either pick one from the chat, or people might as well just open their mic and speak up if they have something really pressing to share towards the end of this session.
Hi everyone, if I can jump, Suavi here. Really great insights from all of you. I really appreciate that I can gather them and really try to, just put everything into perspective in my head as well. Just my question will be really, how are we going to differentiate the real creators than the people that really want to take advantage of what's happening right now? Like, in your opinion, would this be like a platform or some kind of verification? Of course, like being a username on the blockchain, it is something, but then how are we really differentiating the authentic creators and authors than the people just that they just create because of the money incentives, etc. I mean, it will be interesting for me to hear some of your opinion. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll just jump in real quick. I mean, I don't think that it's up to us to differentiate in any sort of Stalinist or governmental way. Although maybe that's not what you meant. I mean, it's really about who can build what, and can we build economies of conviviality, which are more welcoming and more joyful to be in. And I think that's really the opportunity that is available. But like I said in the last comment, I also felt like Excelli's example is kind of terrifying in as much as the visual field gets gridded as investable derivatives. If those derivatives have the same dynamic, extractive dynamics as capitalism, we're in big trouble. The only way to make something else is if those derivatives can be democratically authored.
So I can give an insight.
Please
potentially to answer that question as an NFT artist who has been tokenizing work for the last few years. One way that you can tell the difference between someone who is in it for the creativity versus someone who is in it for just the money is look at how long they've been in the space. If they have recently arrived in the space, it is very likely that they are in it for just the money because they've been attracted to the technology because of the headline sales.
Thanks, Sparrow. So quickly coming back to the EXA team, because we are now at the end of the NFT and crypto art session, and I realize we only just started to really dive into the really interesting themes. I just want to ask you for a final statement of one of you, and I see actually you're really up to it. Fantastic. So final statement before we move on, please.
Yes, I also, that's my feeling. In fact, I was really hoping that we could do like a round of all of us to kind of to think like what actually happened, did we learn something or not? But what we would like to suggest, in fact, would be that how about we do another session? I don't know. Would there be an appetite in the MoneyLab community to do an NFT, to think about like what is it that we want to do together, and think about it. I think there would be quite a lot of potential towards something like that.
I think that's a great idea, and I really would like to encourage everybody to take a look at the Discord server, because I think basically everyone who is in that group has either signed up or is a speaker, so you should have access to the Discord channel. I think that would be a first step towards making this discussion a little bit more longer and more elaborate, so more people can join, maybe also adding resources to what the EXA team has already provided in the Discord server. And let's see, I guess from what I can sense, there's still a great need to engage in some deeper debates. There's a lot of controversy around the topic as well. I think that became clear tonight. I would be happy about that. After party in the voice chat of the Discord is a proposal I read here in the chat. But before you all leave, I just want to remind you that we are now about to transition into our next session, which will take place in exactly that space. And I think Akseli just gave us the perfect primer by asking if there's an appetite for an NFT session. What we try to figure out in this coming 1.5 hours, where we also expect other people here in this group, is to get a better sense of who is part of the wider MoneyLab community, and are there chances for collaborations and so forth. But before we move on, let me thank Akseli and Jonathan and Pekko and everyone from the EXA team so much for joining. Thanks for all the great examples you came up, and for the contextualizing and sense-making you invited everyone to. And I see some thumbs up here. I see thumbs up, that's great. So thank you so much. And yeah, let's just continue the debate. I will save the chat, I put it on Discord. And you
exactly.
can see,
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, I was going to say that I want to also. We just couldn't follow the chat now. We definitely will. We'll get back to you.
That was amazing. And you can see EXA again on Sunday, where they talk about playing organizations into being. And that's also going to be a really interesting one. And mainly moderated by Pekko. And we'll hear more about organizational design and the art of organizing on Sunday. So make sure not to miss that. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. So thank you. Someone was already posting the link of the Discord chat, so I didn't have to do it. So everyone who just joined us lately or right now, you're very much invited to have a look together with us on all sorts of people that have joined us here in this Zoom room. And basically what we want to do is to provide people a chance to share project updates, talk about current work they're doing, asking questions, searching for collaborators. And we do already have some speakers that have signed up to present tonight. And the idea is that people have approximately 3 minutes to present a project or anything they would like to hear feedback on. But everyone who is still here in this room is, of course, invited to join in and also improvise on something. So it doesn't have to be prepared. And I make sure that we hear from different people. So welcome. But before we open it up to everybody, I was wondering what would be maybe really nice to maybe hear from my fellow MoneyLab board members a couple of words about themselves, because if we talk about the MoneyLab community, we also talk about the people that are maybe more in the inner organizing circle. And I'd like to start with Gerd Lofink, obviously, because he basically came up with the first MoneyLab in 2014. So Gerd, can you just say a few words about you and what do you hope for MoneyLab in the coming years?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you well.
All right, good. Yeah, no, for sure. I would love to, have more regular exchanges like this. We did quite a successful one in the immediate aftermath of the GameStop event. Maybe you remember, I have to say, it was in January, long time ago. Things move really fast, but come together, organize, get to know people, the networking aspect of it, obviously. But as actually just proposed, it can also just mean that we start to organize things and, for instance, enter the NFT space, and with a clear intention that we have discussed here, to really steer it in a very different direction, away from this whole speculative approach towards what was the original intention of MoneyLab, and that is not only a global redistribution of wealth, but also if wealth is created, that it goes to the actual makers. And I think here of activists, artists, designers, writers, you name it, right? And maybe also much more ordinary professions that we don't know yet about what precise impact this new collaborative ledger system, which I think is a politicized and democratized way of thinking about the redistribution of wealth right? That is the intention. And we are, well ahead. MoneyLab is now more than 7 years old, and it just feels like we started yesterday. And there's so much potential. So I'm very, very happy with the last few hours and this really fabulous start of MoneyLab 11.
Thank you, Gerd. And I would just like to encourage also Denise and Max to say a few words about them, so that people know who is behind MoneyLab, and would just be nice to hear a little bit of who you are and what you're doing. Maybe Denise, you want to be next.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm calling in from Ngunnawal and Ngambri country in Australia, a nation known as Australia. And yeah, I've been really excited to join everyone this morning and to hear all the fantastic conversations. And I suppose my background is I'm a curator and a researcher, and my background is originally in sort of political and critical theory. And so I came to this space and the publications and the work that MoneyLab was producing out of that kind of interest in artists working in this space across kind of activism and working in alternative economies. So that's how I came to it. But I suppose a big driver for me and what really interests me is, I guess, the discourse of decentralization and what it actually means in practical terms, but also where it's maybe used as a rhetorical device, or where, my particular perspective coming from, a place which is, still a colony of an empire, that I'm interested in how we decenter conversations around decentralization as well, how we can always sort of, be conscious of the people who are not maybe represented in these conversations, and where we start to have a kind of recentering of certain whether it's patriarchal or colonial sort of ways of thinking, ways of doing, as we're trying to build actual alternatives to that. So that's my interest. That's often where I come in.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I'm sure we'll hear more from Denise later on. Thanks. And thanks for getting up so early, because I understand it's super early in the morning. Thank you. And Max, I'd like to pass it on to you. We've heard from you before, but maybe you can quickly introduce yourself, who you are, what it is you're working on.
My name is Max Haven, and I'm joining from Thunder Bay in Canada. I recently wrote a book on art and money. And through that, I got to know the MoneyLab project and join it. I recently wrote another book about revenge. I don't know. I'm not working on projects specifically about money right now, but I'm very interested to be here with all of you and to continue to learn from what you're all doing.
Thank you so much. And I want to continue with Inte Glurich. She's from the Netherlands, and she is working with the Institute of Network Cultures. And even though you're not part of the MoneyLab board, I know that you are a very important backbone of MoneyLab since the past years, right? And Inte will also be, tomorrow she will be moderating a session on social coins and crypto economics tomorrow at noon. But tonight she's also here to present together with Anya Molenda, who is hopefully also here in this room. An amazing project that I really love. I don't have an example here in my bookshelf because I gave it all away. But Inte, I would love to hear from you and Anya, and just tell us about your project. And the floor is yours.
Can I share my screen?
You should be able to.
I will. This one. And then I will present.
Yeah, we can see it. Very good.
Yeah, right? The presentation. Anya, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Okay.
Hi, Anya. Great to see you. Hello.
I Anya is from Amateur Cities, and I have been involved in the MoneyLab project for I think about 5 years now. Yeah, we want to talk about two kind of connected projects, or yeah, the Feminist Finance Zine. I don't know if you see my screen now, but there's and I have one here to show you, and the Feminist Finance syllabus that is connected to it. And to understand where this came from, you'll see some familiar faces in this, Denise particularly. This was MoneyLab 7 in 2019 in Amsterdam, where we did a conference where the concept of feminist finance was there, but not really explicit, like in one of the sessions, but it was kind of sprinkled throughout the conference. And this is something that Amateur Cities wanted to expand on.
Yes, and we wanted to expand on and explore the topics of feminist finance with all of the different people involved in the conference, but in somewhat different constellations. So we invited a number of participants. Some of you are also in the audience, I saw, who then were involved in different panels, but also who just in general share different points of view and different kind of look from different backgrounds at these topics, to discuss some of the subjects that you also see listed in the slides in so-called double interviews. So instead of talking to just one person, we expanded the format, while some others we invited to answer what we called, to take part in what we call the quickfire interviews, where everybody was invited to answer the same question in a short written format. And in this way, would compose the zine in the end, where about 30 contributions from different MoneyLab 7 participants that we managed to collect and edit in about 2 months. And it was somehow important for us to not only make it into a digital publication, but also to create a physical object that could also circulate from one hand to another and travel throughout the community, and maybe also outside of it, hopefully, to invite others also to discuss and explore those topics. We printed it ourselves, partly on an office printer and partly on this a fabulous Riso printer that was made available to us by INC. And while we were about halfway of the production, we got confronted with the pandemic and the lockdown. And we had to move our production assembly line to home. But we also had to reimagine the format that we had imagined to present the publication, actually. We knew it had to take place online, but just like everyone else, we were also already then feeling a bit Zoom fatigued, and therefore decided to do something else. And we planned 3 one-hour discussions on Twitter, divided into these 3 different umbrella topics, for which we invited a number of respondents, but also everyone else who wanted to join spontaneously and just join the conversation. In the end, we had 3 very lively discussions where lots of knowledge was shared, and they were incredibly inspiring, surprising, but also overwhelmed us a little bit, because the depths and the structures of Twitter were very incomprehensible. So we were a little bit afraid that this was going to get lost forever.
Yeah, and then we decided we don't want it to be lost, and we basically went through it all and started to rearrange it into a kind of narrative form that could be understood beyond Twitter, and we kind of funneled that all into the syllabus. which is kind of the synthesis of everything that was discussed on Twitter. So all the resources that were shared can be accessed with the dark red links, so books and projects and stuff like that. And the original tweets from the events can be read by the orange links. And all these links are also an invitation to kind of continue the conversation on Twitter. So anyone is welcome to click on those links and reply or share additional resources via the hashtags. The zine and the syllabus are both freely available online. We will share these links also in the chat later. We would love to hear from anyone that has ideas about how to continue these topics, possible collaborations that could come out of this moment together. We're very, very excited to hear what you think about all of this. And this is where you can find us also beyond tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Inte and Anja. So, of course, I'm curious if there are any questions around the feminist finance scene or the syllabus. Yeah, so there's already the request of sharing the links on Discord as well. That would be amazing. So if you could, I guess you're both also on the Discord server. We have the library there, and I already shared the link in the library. I think that was one of the first things I've done when we moved into Discord. But yeah, please do it again so we have it there.
Yeah.
Any questions to Anja and Inte?
I have a questiony comment or a commenty question. I think Inte and Anja, you probably already know how much I love this project, but I thank you so much for sharing a little bit of the behind the scenes, because I think even for someone who was involved in being interviewed, the way in the amount of care that was put into that project from I think everyone that was involved was incredible, and you can really see it in the end project. And I think it's interesting as well, just some of the remarks you made around the Twitter experience and the sense of a kind of like overflow and a bubbling up and abundance of sort of conversations and ideas and connections that are coming out of it. And did you, from your perspectives in the process, was there anything about it that you felt aligned with some of the ideas that you were also exploring in the publication?
What comes to mind for me is really there were moments when people really started to react to each other and kind of shared resources also between themselves. And it obviously started from questions that we would pose to everyone that was online with us somehow, but sometimes they also led to kind of people exchanging between themselves. And I thought that was kind of this care in sharing knowledge that perhaps is kind of reflected also in the zine itself.
Yeah, and that there was an enormous amount of resources that people brought in. And that, I think, was striking both in what we saw, in the conference and in the conversations that we had afterwards and shaping the zine and so on, but then also shifting the conversation to a slightly different topic, and then discovering that there's again a huge wave of resources and knowledge that was being shared. That was it was both fascinating, heartwarming, but also really overwhelming. Which I guess also showed, a need to explore these topics more and to discuss them more.
I think we could have organized a MoneyLab based on what came out of those conversations.
I can easily imagine, and maybe that's an idea.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe that's a really good idea. And I can imagine that there are some people in this group that would be willing to support that. In case there are no further questions, I just want to give a huge thanks to Inte and Anja for presenting this project. Super inspiring. And I have already pasted the links to Discord, so you can find them there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, we had a couple of people that approached me before the session and asked whether there would be space for for them to present. And of course, that's what this session is all about. So I'm just wondering if Giulio is in this call. Giulio Valentino.
Yes.
Are you here? Hi, good to see you. So Giulio, you were also one of the people who were really willing to share their current work and get some feedback. So I'm happy to pass on the stage to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me tonight. So I'm going to share my screen.
And of course, that's what this session is all.
Do you see it?
Yes.
So hello, everybody. My name is Valentini Giulio. Culture in Amsterdam, and I'm working on my Zoom is giving me some error.
Yeah, we see that you have started the screen sharing, but obviously you are.
Zoom is telling me that it has some.
Oh yeah, yeah. We don't see the presentation. We just see the screen sharing.
Maybe you should turn your screen around.
Around?
Hey, I'm back now. It kicked me out for a while. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, maybe you give it just another try. Maybe it works then. Okay, so yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
I'm working on my thesis right now, and I'm looking at data monies and platform-specific tokens. So tokens that are used for transactions within a platform. And I'm asking the question if this new paradigm can or enables more user empowerment, or is that actually just consolidating the platform economy. So I build my ideas on Kaliskan's definition of stack economization for platforms. So understanding platform as a stack of interoperable layers, which allow for new possibilities of business and social interaction for the users. And in this way, tokens then act as something that captures and materializes this relationship within the platform or the platform's ecosystem. These tokens are understood as a data money, so a process produced and maintained by social relations, and thus sustained and enabled by blockchain, understood as an actor network assemblage. I have put in some examples here of tokens from platforms. They are mainly from the DeFi and crypto spaces, because those are the early adopters, of course, but we have some more mainstream examples like the BAT, the Braves token, and the upcoming Facebook tokens. So more specifically on BAT, it has some goals. It aims to repair the digital advertising systems that they say it's broken. And they also offer a reward system to reward users for their attention, and also to reward other users for their digital labor, which seems like a good thing, but I might think that there might be some problems with that. Especially it might increase the paywalls in accessing content. And also it delegates the responsibility of rewarding users for their digital labor to other users with their digital labor as well, and instead of putting that responsibility in the hands of the platform. So my early findings or conclusion for now are the platform-specific tokens sure bring value for platforms and users. They allow for a reward system, they enhance network effects in platforms, and they allow platforms for more data collection, which of course it's in their agenda. It changes the dynamic between free and paid content and communities as well. And it's something we've seen also in DAOs, with the need to stake tokens, for example, in order to access content or services. And yeah, so what I'm trying to investigate if this might help in the end the users, or is this just establishing and consolidating the pre-existing relationships in the platform economy? Yeah, that was it. And it's some references of what I'm reading at or use for this short presentation. And thank you for the space.
Thanks for sharing, Giulio. Is there anything in particular you would be interested in terms of feedback?
Yeah, I would be interested if, first of all, what people think about it, if it does make sense to you, or if you have any other examples of platform-specific kind of currencies. I mean, it's something that has existed already in many different ways, of course, in games, but also in platforms. Tying it to blockchains gives something more to it, as these tokens then can be traded in the market outside from the platform itself, something that this was unprecedented.
I could give some feedback on that. I've written white papers for about 100 different projects, so I've worked with a lot of tokenomics. And as far as I can see, these platform-specific tokens, it's just a new form of vouchers or frequent flyer miles, and most of them don't have long-term validity as far as I can tell. If you're the first in the market, like Binance, then you have some, there's some reasons why people have to use your token. But if you're the second or third or fourth, like it doesn't really, okay, great. It's just like a coupon for a discount. And I don't think there's anything new about it. And I think it's just a way that people have been using to raise money to make it look like they've got a utility token when it's really just a voucher. Regarding BAT, I think it's a nice idea in some ways if you don't think too deeply about the idea of advertising. It's like, well, it's better to pay people for watching advertising than to not pay them. But it's the idea that we should be in a society paying people to watch disinformation is quite bad for society. We're asking people to pay to get an education and get paid to be brainwashed. And I don't think that has good long-term effects on society. I think that advertising is fundamentally a form of pollution. And so, and then what you get is people who are more disadvantaged, sitting there watching TV all day to watch advertisements, because that extra few pennies they could make from their advertising tokens would make a difference to the least educated and the most disadvantaged people. So now we're taking the people most disadvantaged and showing them the junkiest content that there is. It just seems to me that it's not a solution. So while there's some good ideas behind these utility tokens, fundamentally, most of them are just vouchers. And the idea that we're going to just pay people to do things all the time, I think is bankrupt at this point. So that's my feedback.
Yeah,
Thanks, Grace.
I agree.
Any more comments? I think Leith also was pointing in the same direction. Maybe you want to add to that?
Oh no, I was not referring to the answer. Rather, heard comments about getting in touch with Giulio.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, Giulio. If you want to encourage people for further feedback, would you mind sharing a contact link in the chat? Because I do have your email address. Oh yeah, here we go. So here's Giulio's email, and those who want to be in touch, please do. Anything else you would like to ask or to know from this group of people, Giulio?
I'm fine with the feedback. Thank you.
Okay, lovely. Thank you so much for that. Amazing. Yeah, so Grace, I was wondering, since you volunteered on the fly that you would also like to present your current work, why don't you go next?
Okay, great.
That would be nice.
But as you can see, because I'm not in Berlin, I do have some German wine, so it may be a little bit less cohesive than my usual presentation. Yeah, let me just put this in presentation mode. All right. And I'll probably oops, it's talking to me. That doesn't work. Oh, that is not what I wanted to happen on my computer. Sorry. That didn't work. My presentation isn't working. Okay. So what I wanted to share is this thing that I've been working on, which I'm calling sufficiency currency. And maybe instead of showing the website, I'll show, and so instead of showing the presentation, I'll show the website. So I've been working on an idea that's been really grabbing my curiosity, which is this idea of what would happen if, rather than having to interact as individuals, we interacted as groups. So that's one aspect of it, like that you couldn't represent yourself as an individual, but you would have to represent yourself in transactions as a group. And what if we started looking at sufficiency, if the purpose of the economy was just to prevent, very simple, prevent unnecessary death. So that means distribution of food and healthcare. And what I recognize is that marketplaces aren't very good for that. And that what you really need to do is, and Hans Florian has also shown a model around this, but what you really need to do is what I call pools. And you think of, rather than thinking of markets where you trade, you think, okay, we've got a pool of food and we've got to make sure everybody's got enough. And then you might have the market economy on top of that, but the idea would be pools. And so what I did was I went to a number of eco-villages and I interviewed them about, because the eco-villages, intentional communities, are operating as a group. So they don't have individual money, they operate as a pool, and then they interact with other villages and other organizations and other companies and stuff in their area. And what I found out was that they're interested in a couple of different things. They do have needs for money, but when they transact, usually the first thing they look at is the group that they transact with also adhering to their values? So is it an eco-village or just a bunch of people living together? And if it's not somebody who's trying to be carbon neutral or using whatever it is, compostable toilets and solar powers, well, then you have different trade conditions for that village than another eco-village. So the first thing they were looking at is like, what are the values of the group they're transacting with? And there's really a different way of thinking of trade than we've been thinking. The second thing they were thinking of is fairness, and is the deal fair? And deals that are fair, it's not so much about the euro value of something, but more about the scarcity. So how scarce is a resource? Like in one of the trades or interactions, it was one of the eco-villages was lending the truck to the other eco-village in return for lumber. Now there's only one truck and it's not a new truck, but there's plenty of lumber because the other eco-village is taking down all the pine trees to put in indigenous trees. So there's one scarce resource, and then there's one completely abundant resource. And so the euro value of that trade doesn't show the real value to them of that trade. So those were the other things they were looking at. And then mostly like if they felt it was fair was the most important thing. And so I've been thinking a lot about this, like how do you measure fairness and how do you create a currency or an interaction method which helps groups see what the values are of the other group, and then based on those values provide one another different kinds of support and services rather than a monetary transaction. So that's what I've been exploring.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Grace. Any thoughts or feedback on that?
Sounds
Well,
soothy.
let me ask. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, just to ask a very obvious question, namely, from the anthropological point of view, is there any role in what you observed or in your own theory for the gift or the gift economy, or do you see it as a variation of it?
I don't like the phrase gift economy because it's what does it mean to give a gift, right? So if you go to it's more like if you go to a potluck dinner, right? And everybody brings something, you don't look at how much everybody brought, and you don't go, hey, that 15-year-old boy is eating more than everybody else, right? Like I'm thinking much more about pools. Like, hey, we got all these people, we got all this food, let's make sure nobody dies. And it's not a gift, it's just humane. And so I don't like this idea of gift because there's this like, I owe you, you owe me, which is good. It creates social ties. There's nothing wrong with, we're always in debt. It's, in one way or another to people around us, whether that's emotional, physical. So I don't have a problem with the debt idea of gift economy, but I think it's again, it's kind of this, it has this weight to it that I don't like. You're muted, so you're saying something, but I can't hear you.
I tried to say something.
No, it's obvious that you're not proposing some kind of a gift, but I was just curious to find out, what the difference is.
Yeah, so for me, it's more about a pool that we all share. And then the other thing about a pool is then you all share a problem, because it's like, oh, we only have one truck. And now it's our problem together. Should we learn to be mechanics, right? So rather than thinking of it as he lent me the truck, it's thinking, oh, we all together have a problem that we only have one truck. And that's sort of a difference where the gift economy doesn't give that kind of, oh, we have a shared problem and we have a shared pool feeling to it.
Joe, you wanted to comment.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hi.
Yeah, I'm triggered by this question about the gift economy. And since we are evaluating our values, I would say that every gift is part of an exchange. So you might give money, but you may get or expect or even demand as a way of retribution, a sense of not being guilty anymore or feeling good. So that's already an exchange in terms of money value for emotional value for the giver. I believe that it's worth investigating how we can design or invent relations between very unequal individuals. For instance, a major white Dutchman in relation to a refugee in a camp in Burma or Afghanistan or even in a Greek island in Europe, how we can find or design a relation where obviously the balance is unequal, but you can still create a form of reciprocity or mutuality that would kind of counter or compensate for the unequalness that is given in this kind of relations.
Yeah. Well, again, it's like, I think that a lot of what you're saying is very steeped in what we think of as gifts and what we think of as economy, right? Like I have this gift here. It's like an artifact I often use. And I gave birth to this guy and fed him and did all this. And all he gave me was this, And it's like, right, we don't think about it that way, but also we're all here giving the gift of our knowledge to one another, and none of us are like, oh, I just listened, I didn't give enough words, or I talked too much and I took up too much. Like that, we don't really psychologically think about it that way. And when I think about this, as human beings, human beings don't really operate that way. Like, it's not how we actually operate as human beings. And then this thing about, oh, some people are more privileged and not privileged. In our monetary system, that's true. And I think there's something problematic about helping others because they're in a poor situation rather than empowering everybody to use the resources in their own communities. And so I think we have to be careful about thinking about, oh, well, I'm helping them because they're down there, rather than what resources, you know, and some people who don't have a lot of money have a lot of really great relationships. I think there's something very Western about how we're valuing things that has us think that there's, you know, yeah, it's very difficult to say what the inequality is.
So I would say one last question or answer from Denise before we move on. And everyone, because there have been people expressing interest in following up on your project, you can find Grace on the Discord server. So, but Denise, please.
Hi, Grace. Thank you so much. I just wanted to pick up on, I think, there's something really interesting in your work about that idea of the pool and it almost reflecting a more kind of ecological sense of the embedded self in community that's sort of beyond the individuated subject. And I think, you know, that's, you know, there's a lot of work in that space now trying to reimagine, you know, interests and the self. But I was also interested to know, and I think this maybe joins a little bit with the last question, how, you know, in the current kind of DAO sphere or other kinds of decentralized communities, how the issue of collusion is often brought up. And I've sort of had this question, I've had this, you know, for other people as well, about that idea of pools of people or people coming together. And sometimes because maybe there are groups of people who do need to organize because they have relatively less power. And so in order to be able to, you know, have some reciprocity in the system, they need to organize. I mean, what do you think about that idea of, you know, the criticisms of collusion and how that is maybe a necessary part of, you know, community building?
One of the main problems with DAOs is that they start with the technology before the community. And so then people are there trying to screw each other because all there is a shared budget and not really a shared community. I mean, that's really what's happening. And that's why it's all a bunch of bros, because I mean, I personally don't have time for that competitive kind of, you know, we're sharing, you know, we're saying that we're in a community, but actually we're competing for a budget. So, you know, there's always going to be politics if you have more than two people. So there's always going to be groups and there's going to be collusions and there's going to be in-groups and there's going to be out-group. That's how people socially construct. The important thing I think about groups is that we have in most of, you know, certainly in almost all of Western society, not all of it. I happen to live in a place that it hasn't happened, but people have lost their ability to work in communities and they've lost the social cohesion and the cultural norms that had them behave well. But I think that NFT talk was really profound in in that one experiment where they got all the people to bring their money back, right? It shows that people still do have some values, and if you can create the right social constructs, you can do that. It's a difficult challenge, but we're rebuilding our connection to one another after having it torn apart for a couple of centuries.
Grace, thank you so much for coming up with this really interesting endeavor. And as you see, you sparked quite a lot of interest, so thanks a lot for that. I know from other people who were really interested in presenting their research, for instance, Stephen, who is also here. Hi, Stephen, I see you here in the hello. You also wanted to share an update on your research on, I guess it was financing on universities. Am I right?
Yeah, basically. Hello, everyone. I'll just read this because I can't say anything in 3 minutes unless I read it. My name's Stephen Hastings King, and together with my partner, Kelly Grotke, we're the newly formed Pattern Recognition Collective. We're so new, we don't have an electronic presence as yet. We both have PhDs in European history. Kelly specialized in 18th and 19th century Germany, and I specialized in the post-1945 France, specifically the left. When I was researching my book on socialism barbarie, which is looking for the proletariat, I studied with Cornelius Castoriadis, whose work seems to inform aspects of the language game to which MoneyLab has been introducing me. You know, the theory of the social imaginary, the project of autonomy, etc. We've been working primarily in securities valuation, regulatory research, written comment letters to various regulatory bodies, developing training materials for price construction in the context of fair value accounting. We're also members of a European Parliament portfolio project on valorizing expertise and the effective communication of policy, which spin out a 3-year project on the social status of quantification that was housed in Heidelberg Academy, which has given us plenty of space to think about quantitative information and the various roles it plays in contemporary forms of heteronomy. We've both been engaged with Syrian revolutionaries and have published a contribution to various discussions, including pieces in El Maria. So what brought me here was coincidence. There happened to be a tweet announcing the conference that appeared in the midst of some political work that primarily Kelly was doing, centered on her undergraduate alma mater in Oberlin College in Ohio, which I'll try to summarize here quickly. The starting point was the college administration's decision to fire 150 custodial and dining service workers in the middle of a pandemic, which would have sent these people, because this is the United States, out into the world with no insurance, into in a county with a poverty rate of over 24%. The administration claimed they were letting these people go in order to save $2 million due to budgetary shortfalls. They also eliminated union positions and replaced them with outsourced contract positions, and that's typical, and that's also, unfortunately, here, another story. Because she'd been interested in the consequences of the financialization of university endowments, partly as a result of the so-called Yale model that encouraged investment officers to go heavy into a liquid, opaque, and hard-to-value alternative assets, which are closed-end mutual funds like private equity, which includes venture capital, hedge funds, real estate investment trusts, and that sort of thing. But here, primarily, when I say alts, I'm referring to private equity. It's such a quicker expression. Alts had promised outsized returns that they've not delivered when measured against index funds since 2006. Private equity investments lock up institutional investor capital on average for 10 to 12 years. Unlike every other financial entity, they're not required to disclose their holdings, so it's slightly different in Europe. I understand there's a slightly, more disclosures in that regulatory space. Information transparency for limited partners is what is stipulated in the contract that links them to the vehicle and not by any sense of fiduciary responsibility. The lack of disclosures mean that there's no way to know what these entities are invested in, what risks are involved, or even whether the statements of interim returns are real. And they're incredibly expensive. Further, it seems the adoption of the Yale model is accompanied by a professionalization of endowment management, which increases salaries for managers, for example, as a resource misallocation brings, in part because alts are considered among the complex asset classes. And they may well be that the problem is not their complexity, the problem is their opacity. And that requires a specialized, because they're understood as complex, to deal with them requires a specialized discursive toolkit, the introduction of which renders endowments obscure, including to other administrators, and seems to correspond to the arrival sooner or later of an autocratic management style. So it turns out that Oberlin is significantly invested in alts, 67.9% of its $890 million endowment in 2019, which is higher than any other comparable sized endowments. And the college paid out at least $14 million in investment management fees between 2013 and 2017, averaging around $3 million a year. And worse, the fees that we find out after the fact from different researchers that we've been in contact with, that the fees are actually paid are probably about 5 times higher than that. Which means that Oberlin was paying out far more in private equity fees than they stood to save from firing these workers. Oberlin is a traditionally progressive school, and the administration's move upset many alumni, faculty, and students, and some administrators and trustees. Some of the alumni and faculty mobilized, among them my partner, Kelly, who sent a letter offering to provide an independent valuation of the endowment portfolio in the interest of transparency. This apparently is not a tactic they were accustomed to encountering. They were declined the evaluation, but the gesture did open up certain communication lines that previous attempts to sort of more politicize investment patterns in the endowment, like disinvestment, for example, hadn't managed to do. And it significantly created the move contributed to the administration's decision to extend the health coverage for the fired workers for a year. At the same time, the community of alumni and faculty that had been created by this mobilization formed a nonprofit that raised money from other Oberlin alumni and distributed it to the workers, about $3,500 to $5,000 a person. It was, we all agreed, not enough, but it was something, some material support, recognition of the situation, a gesture of care and of solidarity. And where we're at now is Kelly had published an article in American Prospect in February about Oberlin thing and generalizing it out to the situation that faces a lot of American private universities who have adopted this Yale model and are finding themselves with increasingly autocratic forms of management as a result, we think, of that. So one thing we're finding is, we've had people been contacting us over the past month from all over the country, and student organizations, grad student organizations, some faculty organizations, very few administration people, and some finance people from the outside in order to make sure that we understand who private equity is. I think it's kind of funny. And one thing we're finding is people simply don't know about finance space. And like neoliberal or McKinsey capitalism more generally, it's just the weather for them. So we think that we have to demystify the world of alternatives and the heteronomy via accounting that they embody. And we learned from the valuation offer that it might not be enough to declare finance to simply be bullshit and opt out of trying to understand how the space works and what that space might offer that could be used against it as weapons. And what we're also looking to do is to say hello to the community, hello everyone, see if what we're up to kind of jives with what other people are up to, interested in collaborative undertakings, and basically that's what I had to say. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yeah, I wonder to what extent this is an issue that other people can maybe report on working in universities, increasing financialization of universities and research institutes. What's the situation in your own universities, in your countries? How can you relate to that presentation? Is there anyone?
I would just jump in briefly to say I'm totally fascinated with this topic. I've done a bit of research into financialization of universities, and I'm in touch with a bunch of people who do research into financialization of universities. And Stephen, I'd be very happy to touch base with you and totally nerd out on this issue. I think it's something that's happening all over the world. There's some really interesting work on financialization of universities in the Netherlands, in the UK, here in Canada, of course in the United States. The US private university market is of course the worst, but there's some interesting stuff, and there's also some really interesting folks who are linking it to then the financialization of students themselves, who are increasingly forced to financialize themselves, going into debt in order to buy the education that then they seek to trade in on the market. So I think there's lots to be thought through there, and I look forward to talking to you about it.
Thank you, as well.
Like one short comment, like from the previous session, one of the things cut out was actually to take the perspective on the NFTs, to look at it from the point of research. Because as Max said, it's true that there are various ways of looking at financing universities, and some of them quite interesting, but they are looking at university level. But if you just turn the perspective that the NFT is not an artwork, but it's an article in progress. And there is actually practical examples of this, like people doing this. Or that it is an access key to a series of lectures. The difference here is that in terms of its production is achievable for an individual and not just a university. And it's an interesting perspective that we kind of left out because, for various reasons, but I do think it's worthwhile in this context to bring out, because it brings out not just as an NFT as is, but as an architecture beyond or underneath it, how the question of individual academic operative might actually be possible. And it actually, architecturally, if one is nerdy about it, doesn't mean almost any change. A little bit, you would make a platform for it, but ultimately you'll be using exactly the same architectures as you use for NFTs. So that in itself is just a point of thought towards this, and why there is a social possibility underneath the bubble of hot economics.
Thank you so much, Pekko. I wonder if anyone else would like to give a brief comment, feedback on Stephen's work. Stephen, I hope you, if you're following the chat, Max has left a note for you in the chat with an email address. So.
Thanks very much. I'll post my email into the chat as well. But anybody wants
please
to
do, please do. Yeah, leave if you want. If you want to, you can do that, of course. Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. And so I know we have half an hour left. I know of 2 more people that were interested in presenting, and I know that Joe has been one of them. Hi, Joe. It's just that I'm not entirely sure of how we're going to do it with the sound file, because I couldn't get it to work. So do you have an idea of how to present without that sound file, or how can we do it?
I think I can do that.
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can do it, right? You can.
Okay, you know what some others, they don't know that bring up on this.
So that's better maybe this way.
Yeah, okay, very good.
So this was Easy K. He's a rapper from Sierra Leone, and he's now stuck in a refugee camp on Samos. And this is exactly what the initiative that I'd like to present here is all about. And yeah, I'm extremely happy to join MoneyLab for the first time. I'm chief of the Migrants to Migrants Foundation, which is a sponsor of free communication by migrants. I will not go into the history of this foundation, but it all started with a fire that killed 11 migrants that were detained in a detention center on Schiphol Airport. That's 2005, almost 16 years ago. Anyway, that's how I, as a native Dutchman, got into the real strain of relations with, in this case, migrants that are being illegalized. So much about the genesis of this foundation. Now I would like to introduce a new initiative of M2M in collaboration with the local radio Patapoe, an underground alternative radio station also based in Amsterdam, Europe. And you could call this, in a typical Amsterdam tradition, a tactical media initiative. It was actually triggered by our Greek correspondent, professional journalist Ingeborg Beugel. And she asked us to find a way to support some of the guys that she knows in the camp on Samos, one of the many islands in the Aegean Sea. Then I started looking for, let's call it a collaborative way to support these refugees in these Greek horror camps and also give them an outlet to the world. So what if we could send them some phone credit and then get them to meet us on the radio, on air, and let them tell their stories, you know? That would also make our radio program much better as well. That's kind of mutuality I was talking about before. It's not just a gift, it's a mutual thing. So first we collected a few bucks in donations. Then we tried to send the phone credit directly to a refugee camp. In this case, it's called Vati camp on Samos. And then Easy K, you just heard him. He's a friend of the journalist Ingeborg. He was our first contact person. But giving directly money to a man who has no passport and no credit card and whatever, no bank account, just didn't seem to work. One reason is that Western Union is the only transfer company on Samos, and their security policy prevents this kind of transfers many times, and it costs money. And the other problem is, of course, that most of these refugees have no valid ID. So there's a money transfer question here. And because our aim is really to support the communication capacity of refugees without intervening banks, institutions, or even NGOs. Direct connecting, that's the point. This could create a space for independent self-organization, grassroots interlinking, and also connections, direct connections between donors and receivers that are more equal than they used to be. And improve our radio program and maybe other programs as well. Now, ESK, he's, as I said, the first agent in this camp, and he turns out to be a great rapper. As you can hear in the following a cappella rap about his life in this horror camp and his own situation. Now let me find the right file here. I think I better do it this way. Yep, here we go. Just a sec, it's coming up. Put it a bit louder.
I'm in the filling station right now. I have an idea that comes over my mind. So, just like right now. Let me give you half of it. Yo, it's a positivity. The main stage right here. Now listen. Left to the right, man, the struggle that I've been through. Sleeping in a tent without bed is painful. I seek protection. Treatment is hard and good. Life in Samo's camp is too helpful. Sometimes I choose die just to end up this life because this situation is too.
Okay, I'm sorry. Actually, we had this problem with the file. It seems to be corrupted somehow. I don't know what happened exactly. Anyway, you can find this, of course, on the website that I can show you in a second. Okay, I will show that in a second, as I said. And now go back to my. Yep. So, well, I can give you an idea about the way he's rapping. Anyway, then my good comrade Geert Lovink, hello Geert, he brought crypto art to my attention. Hey, interesting. What now if we could help this rapper ESK and other artists in the camps to sell their work as crypto art? That's a question for all you guys. The transfer question and the crypto art question in the hands of refugees. You know, really my dream now is to open in this way an avenue for self-smuggling artists on the run, using the benefits of crypto art to find their way to life, to fame and happiness for all. So, if you can help us, you are welcome to contact us. I will put my email address in the chat, and I can also point you to the website that I can show you now in the, I think it could be done in the camera. If you get your QR code reader ready, then you will find here. Yeah, it's in reverse. Yeah, it's of
Hold
course
it a little bit lower, Yeah, like that. A little. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a website and it's called .net. Maybe you.
Okay, we can see it.
I'll put it in the Discord chat. Yeah. Okay. It's okay.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah. Well, sorry for the disruption on the line. It was sent to me from Samos in the WhatsApp, and it's an OGG file. And I heard it before. I can try to play it again, but that's not.
Yeah, you know, if there's a way to fix it, we might also post it on Discord as a resource. I would have loved to hear it. We got an idea, right? We understood a little bit, but not that much, unfortunately. But anyways, thank you so much, Joe, for sharing your project and your wish. And of course, I would be interested in hearing from people in this group. But what do you think about this idea? Is there any way to support that? Any comments, ideas on that? Creating a livelihood for people that are migrating, that are not anymore in their home country, that are on the move. And how can crypto help? Is this a fantasy, or is there a way to actually help with that? Would be really interested to hear some comments or ideas.
If I may.
Please.
Hi.
Hi.
A good idea is at the moment there's a strong and big community at Clubhouse about NFT and crypto community, and it's a very diverse and open-minded group of people. And I'm sure when you share this idea about the project on Clubhouse, people will jump on it. They will totally be happy about talking to you about that. This is a great place for you to be.
Thank you.
If you need an invite, I don't know, do you have an iPhone?
I don't have an iPhone.
Oh, that's a problem right now because it's only for iPhones. But I will just write my email here. And
but some people do have an iPhone, even in the refugee camps.
Sorry?
In the camps, people do have iPhones, but they're not mostly the latest version.
It doesn't matter. It's just because right now it's in a beta version, the Clubhouse app. And you can tell them to participate there and looking for the NFT community there. They are very diverse, and people of color right now are pretty strong in community building around hip hop and music culture, because this is the next way for NFTs to go.
Yeah.
And I would strongly recommend to connect them to there.
It will be great, because what I just report on is a first pilot, just to see how it works, how we can relate, what you can do. And before launching it in a wider space, we will evaluate this and then come up with a plan.
Yeah, and it's also
happy to follow up.
Yeah, it's all about community building. So in the end, as soon as they reach out themselves, they get empowered and engaged in the project. And this would be great to have that there.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good luck. Good luck, Joe.
My details are in the chat, so please follow me or check me out.
Yeah. Yeah, I have it here. Thanks so much. I wonder, is there anyone else? I think Josh was interested in presenting. Are you still with us, Josh?
Yeah, I'm here.
You're here, right? The blockchain socialist.
Yes. So I use this pseudonym just because I also work full time, and of course they don't really know about stuff that I do. Yeah, the blockchain socialist is a platform that I made. It's a podcast and blog that explores looking at distributed ledger technologies like blockchain and its intersection with left-wing politics. So working in that space as well, there aren't so many people who are on the left, you might know. But yes, I have presentation, so I will screen. But just to give maybe a little bit more background on the project I've been pursuing for the past year and a half or so. Basically, I started my platform after a long time being interested in the blockchain world and having worked in it for quite some time. And I was a bit frustrated, I guess, with the lack of interest by people on the left. And so out of that, I created the platform to sort of give my own opinions on it and have my own takes and publishing mostly in articles and blogs. And then I've transitioned mostly to podcasts where I interview a lot of the people actually that have spoken at MoneyLab earlier today. But just to discuss and have an open discussion with people about blockchain and the projects that maybe they're working on and how that intersects with left-wing. But so out of that, I created sort of a community. So I started a subreddit and as well as a Discord called Crypto Leftists. So people who are on the left and interested in that type of world. And out of that sort of like grassroots movement of trying to get people together, I came up with a couple of others who are developers in the blockchain space and developers in general. And we came up with sort of a project in mind on how we can sort of go about introducing left-wing ideas into the blockchain space. So we're inspired by a bit of the BreadTube movement. If you don't know the BreadTube, BreadTube is sort of like a loosely associated organization of YouTubers who work against the sort of right-wing content on YouTube. So they produce left-wing content, whereas YouTube sort of naturally promotes right-wing content a lot of the time. And so we were inspired by that and sort of push back against the right-wing narrative within the blockchain space and sort of counter that. So with that, we came up with the Breadchain project, we've titled. So what is Breadchain? Breadchain is a cooperative of blockchain projects or DLT projects, not necessarily blockchain, who adhere to specific principles that we've so far defined. That being working for economic democracy, building structures for mutual aid, practicing transparent governments, and building dual power. Those are sort of like guiding principles that help us align with projects that would like to be a part of the Breadchain network. And focusing, of course, on finding ways to manage resources that are held in common, as opposed to what are in traditional DAO structures where a lot of the resource allocation is purely based on free market mechanisms. And so to describe, I guess, quickly the parts of the Breadchain ecosystem that we would like to build out, it would include people who are helping fund the actual projects themselves, people who are helping with operating the entire infrastructure and facilitating the progress of the project. The type of guiding council is really just the representatives of each project that's part of the network that owns the legal cooperative structure. And as well, we're looking into possibly having some sort of expert network or network of people who we think have a lot to say and can help projects move along. But I want to, instead of try and detail out every little thing about it, because we haven't actually gotten that far, is to focus specifically on funding and how we are sort of thinking about funding and where specifically crypto could be interesting for funding of left-wing projects. But I have this table of sort of how we can divide up the way we think about funding. We think about funding as a type of economic expression, and there are sort of 3 different ways we've outlined that could allow someone to express that they support a project. First is through direct giving. And so you can do this through either fiat or crypto quite easily. Second one being patronage, which can easily be done through fiat currencies through already existing platforms like Open Cooperative, Patreon, etc. Something that's not really possible through cryptocurrencies yet. And then the third type of economic expression we have is staking. So that's something that isn't exactly possible through fiat currencies because that really is just requiring of sort of joint investments, which is not something that's desirable at the moment. However, through crypto is something that would be very interesting and provide a very new type of economic expression for funding projects, which I'll get into in a bit later. But so far, our project, or the network itself, has 2 projects. One of them is called the Basis Project by one of the guys who helped start and fund, or helped start BreadChain. But basically, it's an attempt at creating a post-capitalist productive network. So it's trying to take advantage of distributed ledger technologies, not necessarily blockchain. The technological stack has not been defined yet, but for allowing production to be done and trade to be done without exactly needing to generate a profit through this network. And then the second project, what we call the BreadChain and crowd staking protocol. So this is basically the staking idea that I had spoken about earlier. And basically, this is sort of how we would sort of design or like experiment with staking as a way of funding projects within BreadChain. So a supporter would be called a crowd staker. They could take something like a stable coin called DAI, in which they could place that DAI into a smart contract. That smart contract would then send that DAI to a liquidity pool on Compound. So a liquidity pool is essentially it's basically a pool of funds in which the funds come from people who lend, and then traders take that, and then they have to pay interest on it. But within a liquidity pool, you have a pretty safe and assured interest rate. And so basically the smart contract would collect the interest of what is being generated by the liquidity pool. And the interest would be able to be taken by the BreadChain multi-signature wallet, or something that is owned by the BreadChain network itself. And the crowd staker, or the funder, would receive in collateral what we call yeast tokens, because yeast allows bread to rise, and therefore it allows the BreadChain ecosystem to rise. And in that way, as a crowd staker, you can give money to a project, which can then make money off of that. But you can also receive all of your money back. If later you decide you don't want to support a project anymore, you can reverse, you can take back all of the money that you've given for that project. So in a way, you don't, it's not the same as direct giving, because you're not letting go of your money, but you are still able to get it.
This is just a very brief reminder that we have only 10 minutes left. So
sure, yeah, almost done.
Okay, fantastic.
This is just to say that we're still quite early in the process, and we have some very basic ideas on how we want everything, or we would expect things to work. But it's really meant, wanted to present this because we want to be open to feedback, and we want to hear from others what they think, and get people with more expertise than us to provide help with the things that we need help with. So there's a lot of things that still need to be done. For example, creation of a BreadChain public forum, the legal incorporation of the cooperative, deployment of the various contracts, et cetera, governance structures. So these are all things that we want to do in conjunction with a community. And so we have a community sort of already existing around the crypto leftist community. However, I wanted to present, sort of put it up to the MoneyLab community as well. And so these are just some of the maybe important links. If you want to keep up, I can share these in the chat.
That would be amazing.
But yeah.
Yeah, that would be amazing if you could share these in the chat, and maybe also on the Discord server. That would be really great.
Sure.
Thank you so much. I'm always happy when I see projects that combine the cooperative governance with blockchain, because I think there's a lot where both fields can learn from each other.
Yeah.
I wonder if there are any questions, feedback, remarks for the blockchain socialist.
I have a question. If no one else does, I don't want to hog the mic, but I could thank you for that presentation. Is it Josh? Josh, is that right? I feel like thank you for sharing the slides as well, because I think I'm going to need to take some time to absorb all of it. But I was just interested on how you see the work that you've been doing in sort of, I guess, your podcast and sort of developing an audience as being important to then a project like this and testing out a system, just building off what Grace said earlier about some of the troubles when, starting a kind of cooperative governance when there isn't an established community in the first place. How do you think that need to establish a culture is important when you're trying out something like this?
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. That's what Grace mentioned actually before. I 100% agree with that. That the hard part really with these technologies is actually building the community and not actually building the technology. And so, however, I think there's an advantage to maybe non-cooperative, more free market oriented type of structures in general, just because, we live in capitalism, and therefore it is easy to emulate the same structures that already exist and create those type of networks, I think. Because people are already familiar with the form and they're familiar with how they need to interact, and they already know the goal is very simple. It's maximize profit for myself. Whereas for, I guess, more cooperative leaning types of organizations, you have more work to do, essentially, in helping people realize what sort of alternatives are. So, I think it was really important to have already built some sort of community of people who are, cooperatively minded or community minded, or to be blunt, socialist. So that's, they already have the principles and the ideas in their head, at least a little bit. And maybe as well, they've done some activism where they've actually enacted themselves non-free market ways of interacting with people, I should say. I definitely agree with what Grace said before, and I think it's something that we're trying to do with this project.
Thank you.
I somehow missed the last part of what you were saying, but maybe it was just me. Yeah, any more feedback? If not,
you can sign up for the newsletter, which we can use to update you on whenever we make further progress. And feel free to contact me and let me know if you would like help out in any way, or provide criticisms that you don't want to say out loud here. It'll be fine too.
Yeah, thanks for leaving all these links. I think it's super interesting, and I will definitely follow up on it. Thank you so much, the blockchain socialist. And I think we've come to the end of this session now. In my part of the world, it's getting pretty late. In others, the day is just starting. It's been really great to see so many of you in this community call and before in the NFT session moderated by Exa. I think we've covered a lot of ground and various themes throughout this day. So the first day of MoneyLab Berlin is over. Thank you all so much for joining, and I'll see you back tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. CET. And tomorrow we have again a really interesting program. So today was focused on rebuilding our economy, rebuilding our imagination. And tomorrow we'll have two thematic blocks. First of all, we'll talk about community currencies and monetary experiments. And there will be two workshops taking place. One is by the Basic Income Project Circles, and the other is about how to start a community currency as a nonprofit. And then we will have, I guess, a super interesting panel also, which is hosted by our partner Trust, whom we've also seen before this evening. And we have Sarah Friend, Matt Ryhurst, Laura Lotti, Wassim Al-Sindi engaging in a discussion on socializing tokens. And then the afternoon is entirely dedicated for building economies for arts and culture. And we will hear about participatory governance tools in cultural policy by Yael Sherrill. Eric Baudelot and the Sphere crew is going to talk about new ecologies of funding for the arts. And then we again have a really interesting program by Trust, when Callum Bowden and Laura Lotti will introduce the Black Swan DAO. That's a project that also recently became quite popular and was widely discussed. And the day will close off with a session on invisible economy with Lenara Werle, and she will invite everybody afterwards for a collective drink and draw on the Dada Art server. So you better all get some sleep in order to have fresh energy for tomorrow. And yeah, just want to thank all of you and looking forward to the next day. Bye-bye.